Tony, could you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Diep, Roscoe,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Camus,
Here.
Jones.
Here.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
You have quorum.
All right, thanks, everybody. We'll come, thank you, Tony. We're going to come back to the council now. I just want to acknowledge, as Dave did, the departure retirement of Eddie Garcia. I know that, I don't think he's really retiring, but I think he's stepping down as chief. And, in any other time, we'd be celebrating, as we often do, when folks are retiring after exemplary service. And I just wanted to say, I've known Eddie for nearly 20 years, since we were prosecuting cases involving felonies downtown. And I have been really honored to serve with him in many different roles, as for me, a DA, as a council member, as a mayor, and every time and in every role. And he's been incredibly professional and represents the best of what we all expect out of police officers in our country. And I think he's been the best chief in the United States over the time he served. And he took the reins in this city in a time of crisis in his department. And I know there's a lot of talk about crises in police departments throughout the country now, but I can assure you, for those of us coming in 2015, it was a very different and very direct crisis around morale, around lack of staffing and lack of resources. And he was incredibly instrumental in rebuilding that department. And he did so through some tough times, through two very severe tragedies of losses of officers, to homicides. I'm sorry, one homicide and one accident. There were a lot of tough times as Eddie was rebuilding, but he managed to lead in just an incredible way throughout it. So anyway, I just want to make sure we don't forget to honor his great service, and grateful for the department he has helped to build, and the very good women and men who will be continuing to lead in that department. I know we've got a great team, and we're going to continue to push forward with all the very important priorities that keep our residents safe and serve our community. So let's now go to the council member. Councilmember Crosco, I see your hand up. I know Councilmember Esparza had her hand up. I don't know who got it first, but you're first on the line right now.
Councilmember Carrasco is, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And I'm assuming there's no folks from the audience, Mayor?
There probably are. Forgive me. I should have checked, and I didn't. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Happy Tuesday. If I can start here, I got to get my stuff out. If you can have a little bit of patience. Thank you. The mayor of San Jose in recent, oh no, that's not it. That is not my speech. Mother. Can you come back to me in like 2 seconds if there's anyone else right now?
I think you're the only one, Blair.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Can you be able to start the timer over? I have a nice speech as usual, and it's about 1:30.
Okay, that's fine, Blair. Please go ahead.
Boy, I cannot find my speech. I wrote a really nice speech here. The mayor, where is it? Darn.
Aww.
Well, I will just, boy, I don't know what to do. The mayor, Well, I wanted to talk about, I guess, if the timer's probably starting, I'm just going to have to wing it. And I don't know what happened to my speech.
Why don't
So
you give it your best shot, Blair?
yeah, thanks. With a minute 20 left, I wanted to talk about, just kind of the usual subjects I try to mention that, it's, we have to think about into next year about federal funding ideas, how that can help develop really good state mechanisms that have been developing. There's housing forgiveness issues and the issues of AB 3088 that are going to have to be talked about and expanded. And, the funding issues can help address recession issues and economy issues into next year. So good luck in those efforts. I wanted to actually mention, that, the work of David Chu and Ashikawa is always important, and they want to create a cooperative community process where we don't have to be suing each other, basically. There's ways, funding forgiveness that can help all of us and include all of us. And, I wanted to learn to state that, these COVID situations are not our fault, and local people should not have to be blamed. And for the efforts of Ashikawa and David Chu, they're working on that. So, they're making that possible. They have that thinking. Thank you. And I just wanted to conclude, Alameda County is very good in addressing these issues and talking to its community. And we're learning some good lessons here, it sounds like today. Thank you very much for your efforts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. And thank you also for reminding me, because I know this is of great importance to everyone in our community. We have been in ongoing conversation with David Chu, Assemblymember Chu and his team about the bill that he ultimately introduced, I believe, on Monday. And there'll be a statement of, I think, 9 of the largest city mayors all supporting the extension of an eviction moratorium beyond the January 31st deadline. So we are all working hard to try to avoid the eviction cliff. And I expect there'll be significant support for that measure in the Assembly. Okay, Councilmember Carrasco, I think that Henry's gonna launch a timer for us, which is a voluntary guide of sorts.
I hope you can see it, Mayor. Can all the council members see it up?
So,
Yeah, I can.
so if we can't see it, are we still beholden to it?
Well,
I'm
the timer doesn't lie. I'll just say that.
Thank you. Is it starting? Oh, it's starting, Henry. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I want to thank staff for the presentation. Of course, we always look forward to to the COVID update, and I'm going to talk as fast as I can because I've got just so much to say. Because as we are entering our next phase of a stay-at-home order, this has grave implications for our residents, but especially it has grave implications for everybody. But I'll tell you, and I've said this since day one when we had our first SIP order back in March. When we're sheltering in place and we're having to zoom into our different meetings, I want to remind everybody on council and everyone that's listening, for some of us, COVID has been a huge inconvenience. For others, it's become a matter of life and death. Some have the great luxury and privilege of having direct deposit, and we haven't had much disruption other than we get to stay home. We get to still, check our bank statements, and we just get to be in a very privileged position. I just want to remind all of us, and it's not to shame us or to have any sort of guilt over it. We happen to be in a very privileged position, thank God, because we get to impact individuals' lives and be able to make decisions right now when they most need us. But others are not nearly as lucky as we are. And we saw in one of the slides, pre-COVID, if you could please share that slide, it was from the economic recovery team. The pre-COVID income for one of the areas that is one of the wealthiest areas, not just in California, but I dare say one of the wealthiest areas in the world, pre-COVID income was $2,600. And we expected families to live off of $2,600. And for those of us on council who are surviving on our council income, who are maybe single mothers, yours truly, but even those of you who are surviving on your council income and maybe you are lucky enough to have a second income, you know that it's getting tougher and tougher to raise a family on what you're getting paid. I want you to envision what $2,600 a month and raising a family means. And it means a lot of sacrifices and a lot of trade-offs, a lot. And so you have to get incredibly creative. But those same families have now dropped to about a third of what they were making, to $949. And I would venture to say that those families are probably families that do not qualify for a lot of the benefits that many can go ahead and apply for, like unemployment benefits. And so most of those families live probably in my district. They probably live in Councilmember Esparza's district. I would bet that they live in the Washington neighborhood area, which is, I believe, Councilmember Peralez's district. And so these are families that we've been serving since day one, pre-COVID time. And since this started, the impact, the human toll that it's taking is it boggles the mind how these families are surviving. It boggles the mind. I have to tell you, if you haven't made it out to one of the food distribution sites, this past weekend, my team assembled an unbelievable event to give 400 families a Christmas tree. And in addition, we handed out toys and we handed out food baskets. And the line started much earlier than when the event was scheduled. And for those who have never had a need to stand in a line for food or for a tree, it's very difficult to relate to that. But these families stood there. Of course, they drove in, we social distanced, but they for hours to get that little tree and that food basket and a few little toys so that they could have at least a moment of merriment. And so I'll tell you, I don't know where else to continue other than this. Yesterday was a new record for our area, 1,450 new cases of COVID, 1,450. And I'm gonna pause for effect, not too long because I know I'm on a timer, but I'm gonna say that again, 1,450. And I've been tracking this the whole week. And for those of you who are interested, I have the numbers on my Facebook post, because most of those numbers are in those zip codes that, again, our team from the economic recovery team posted. They're in 95111, 95116, 95122, 95127. They're mostly concentrated in those zip codes. And those happen to be mostly in Councilmember Peralez, Councilmember Esparza, my district, and a swath of Councilmember Arenas's district. And so I have a couple of questions for the economic recovery team, because as we're entering this third wave of what I anticipate to be more tragic than what we saw in March, what are we going to do? How are we going to support our families? They were just starting to bob their heads up from underneath the water and starting to catch their breath. And now we're asking them to hold their breath again. And for how long, we don't know. This is going to be a very cold winter. And I anticipate that many children will be very hungry, and many folks are going to be very sick, and many will be losing their lives. And I want to add that this is getting closer and closer to each one of us. Before too long, all of us will be personally touched by COVID-19 in a very, very personal, very intimate way. I've just lost a cousin, a first cousin to COVID in Mexico, but I've just lost someone who I grew up with. I won't feign any notion that I was close to him recently. I haven't seen him for at least 10 years, but someone, I grew up with him. We just lost him. I have 2 relatives who are ill with COVID in Los Angeles. I have another cousin right now who is in the hospital, very ill with COVID. So it's getting closer and closer to us. And so my question is, the presentation was wonderful, and thank you, Andrea, Michelle, and everyone who was involved in it. But the presentations, I have to say, was no surprise in terms of the zip codes, in terms of who's getting sick, in terms of who's being impacted, in terms of job loss, businesses lost, income being reduced. What was surprising was that people are choosing to figure out how to pay their rent, even if it's pulling out high interest loans and predatory lenders. That was a big surprise, instead of exercising their rights. But people don't want to incur, contrary to what popular beliefs are out there. If they can figure it out, they will work. They'll recycle cans. They will peddle masks out there. They'll make churros, whatever they need to do, to not incur that debt. They don't want that debt, and they don't want charity. It's only when it's the very last resort, and that's the community that I live in. So what is the answer? Because I'll tell you that if I had my way, the answer would be, we figure out how to round up tutors, because the digital divide is still a very real thing. But even if we get Zoom into every household, children are having a very difficult time, and we already knew that the academic gap was a challenge pre-COVID. So parents can't tutor kids at home. So I put a tutor in every driveway so that kids could have that additional support. I'd try and figure that out. Literacy learning in driveways. I would try and figure out, where do we find additional funding so that these businesses in under-resourced communities, and communities where there was a history of redlining, and where we know that the perfect storm is brewing, or I should say the perfect storm has hit. So don't give them loans. They don't want to incur them. They can't. They're afraid that they're not going to be able to survive those loans once they're due. So how do we help them stay afloat? Like when VTA came and it was a disaster down Alum Rock, we figured out how to acquire $2 million so that we could keep those businesses afloat until VTA was done and had finished construction, and they were able to open up for business again. And how do we eliminate the debt that's being incurred on our renters, as well as the debt that's being incurred on our small landlords? Maybe not the big corporations, because they have a big portfolio and it's diversified, but how do we figure out how to eliminate that debt that's being incurred? Because it's not their fault. So I want to remind everybody again, the debt that's being incurred and the poverty that we've just created was not poverty that was created by the actions or any fault of our residents. Elected officials and public health officials created this. We all have been part of what's happening right now. And so we have a responsibility to help our residents surface and try and surface and recover from this and try and make them whole. And there's a slide there. If you could pull it back, pull it out. Henry, stop the clock. If you could pull out a slide, it's one of the last slides. Just pull out one of the last slides and I'll make it really quick. It's one of your last slides, Andrea.
Andrew, do you have our slides? Thanks.
Quick, my time is running out. No, slide before that. Before that. Before that. Before that. One more. It posed a couple of questions before that. Sorry, I'm very sorry because I don't have it. I'll tell you when to stop. Right there. So number 3 says, are San Jose residents better off than before COVID? How are we improving resiliency for our most vulnerable residents? So how do we answer that question? Are San Jose residents better off than before COVID? So I don't know how we answer that question other than no. They're not going to be better off unless we are very aggressive and we put measures in place right now that doesn't put the burden on our residents to recover from this by further burdening their already the conditions that are already putting them at a deficit. Because it's the equivalent of someone who misses a payment on a credit card or misses a payment on a car loan. You're assessed penalties and fees and interest. So how can you be better off than you were before COVID? You're being penalized and you're being assessed all these additional fees. You're at a deficit now. So how are you better off unless we eliminate all those penalties and eliminate all those deficits? And how do we improve resiliency for our most vulnerable residents? We have to ease the burden, not add to it. And so, Andrea, I don't know, this is such an important question for me because I think that this really drives the policies that we put in place and the very concrete actions that we put in place as we move forward in recovery and as we move forward in this third wave, which I think is going to be worse than what we saw in the beginning. So I don't know if any of your team members or if yourself have anything to say about that.
I can start with this one and then Lee can answer some other of our questions, but you hit on the key questions that we're going to seek to answer. And I really want to frame it as this is a part of our long-term recovery planning, because one, we have to understand from the community and from our community leadership how we do this improvement together. And as you said, it's a policy systems change effort that's going to be rooted in, again, taking a look at it from an economic standpoint, but also a policy standpoint. So this is a long-term effort. It's going to be rooted in data, but also in really partnerships with our nonprofit organizations, with our resident leadership, But there was the other slide that noted all the different indicators that are going to tell us if San Jose, how San Jose residents are better off. So we're going to measure those that are most important to council and to the community. But this is a long-term proposition, and anything that is a racial equity, that has a racial equity lens, is arduous, and it's going to need leadership, and it's going to need a really strong process. And I just want to end with, and it's a long-term proposition, months, years, to really undo what was already systemic challenges pre-COVID. And then, to your point, adding on the health, the economic setbacks that we're currently in. That is our challenge that we are taking on.
If I could just jump in, I think council member, the we that you suggested is probably the most important, and what the local assistance team has been looking at, that we of us as staff, you as a council, embedded with the community to figure out what those long-term goals and objectives and the programs that are needed. I would say, two things that are a bit troubling is we would have liked to have started some of those conversations with you sooner rather than later, but this third wave does present an awful lot of triaging for us in the EOC that we need to focus on to make sure our most at-risk residents are taken care of in the new year. And this is, you'll hear part of this in 3.5 when we do the rebalancing actions. But we are able to reallocate some of the savings and move forward some of those into the new year around food and local assistance and sheltering. But one of the big variables, which you'll also hear about, is how Congress decides to stimulate the economy and what they choose to do and where the state steps in. Because that's going to generate, just as it has, a certain amount of gaps that I think us as a city and staff and council, that we've been pretty good at stepping into those gaps and trying to fill those when presented by Congress or the state. So as those bills can move forward related to the economy, related to our own funding and our ability to step in and fill those gaps, that'll be something that we really need to come back to in the new year and talk about, so that we understand the tools and how our other partners at a federal and state level are stepping in to address some of those gaps and those questions that you've raised as well.
Thank you. So again, I really want to emphasize how we're going to look at the elimination of that debt that keeps getting incurred. We have to look at that. And I'm not just talking about the renters, I'm talking about the small mom and pop shop landlords, because I recognize, and we're going to have to define that. I don't know how we define that right now. I don't pretend to know what that would be. Would that be, one duplex? Would that be one fourplex? But it definitely would not be, a corporation that has a large portfolio. But I recognize that this is a huge burden for them also, and they need to figure out how to work with the banks and readjust that, and it's been a huge stressor for them as well. We can't have them lose their properties or sell it off to big corporations and then lose our stock here in San Jose, or in other cities, in fact. But the other is, how do we support our small businesses in the east side of San Jose? This is what adds the character and makes us distinct from any other part of the city, where it's not, the Subways and the Togos, although we appreciate them as well, but it's the small little, homegrown businesses that we've come to really love and appreciate. We appreciate their services and their products, but there's so much part of the character of the east side of San Jose, or even, downtown Willow Glen on Lincoln Avenue. They've been there for generations. And so we appreciate who they are and what they've given to the city. And we want to make sure that they stay alive and that they can reopen their doors and be able to continue offering those products and services. And so we have to figure out, how do we keep them there? And loans is not always the way. We incur loans and then they end up closing their doors anyway. How do they're going to go into default and have a loan that they have to pay back, and they don't have the business anymore. So anyway, the last thing I want to just add, my staff is at the County Board of Supervisors as we speak, advocating for additional services, especially for families who are impacted by COVID, so that the county can continue to provide hotel stays or an ability for individuals to shelter or to quarantine, I should say, especially for those who have no other resources and they live in overcrowded conditions. They live in a house with a lot of folks, and they end up getting infected. And so the county needs to be able to provide those services, also be able to provide that loss of income, so that they don't have to make that choice between working or quarantining. And so as the chair of the Health and Equity Task Force, we're making sure that we elevate that message at the county level, and hopefully the Board of Supervisors also supports those efforts and makes sure that our residents can quarantine when they're not feeling well and when they've tested positive, so that we can at least isolate those folks. So I just wanted to put that on everybody's radar. But and I'm sorry, the last thing I will say in my closing statement is that we've been advocating for resources and services and support for these very same zip codes under other conditions, social inequities and environmental injustices, and it's just unfortunate that it's taken a world pandemic to bring this to the surface and bring this to light. I'm glad that we're all on the same page, and it was the synergy that was needed in order for us to have the same language and be able to have these conversations. But the fact that it's life and death, and it's had to be life and death to push us all in the same direction is, I hope that it's not going to continue to be a debate that is still, questioned, but rather one that we're all rallying together and recognize that these zip codes need dire attention, and that we're all going to be able to, on an ongoing basis, I'm just going to make my pitch right now to my colleagues, that, as these votes come up, they're going to be a resounding unanimous votes, whether it's reallocating budget, whether it's finding monies wherever we need to turn over rocks here and there. But our folks are dying. And it's not an exaggerated statement. All we need to do is look at the county website. And if we don't act swiftly, we're going to lose more individuals to this dreaded disease. So thank you. Thank you so much for that. I've gone over my time, but I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. We apparently had a person sitting on the line and who had raised a hand. I think the hand went down, and I want to make sure we get to her so we can hear her comments. This is call-in user 4, who's got a hand raised. Hello, your device appears to be muted, so if you're calling in with a phone, you need to push, I believe it's *6. Is that right, Henry?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. So if you can push asterisk.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yeah.
Okay, great. There's a problem, Sam. It's Martha. I've spent 20 minutes trying to get through, and somehow you guys keep telling me my hand is not there. Anyway, I'm speaking on Sergio's memo. 2A, I'm very concerned about this. I'm hoping that I'm misunderstanding what he wrote. It says prioritize people of color living in the city's zip codes most impacted by COVID-19. I have real concerns about this. I do not think it will stand a 14th Amendment challenge. I don't think we need to be prioritizing on the basis of color. COVID, as we know, doesn't care your race, your color, your sexual orientation. It's hitting all of us. So I think there's got to be a better way than putting in language like this. I think this is extremely divisive language. I don't think Sergio meant it to be, but when I saw this, I became very concerned because my first thought was, well, even though I am a senior with very many underlying medical conditions, I guess my skin is the wrong color. So somebody who is not a senior perhaps and doesn't have medical conditions is going to be prioritized over me. So I'm asking that you not accept this recommendation. And I really, once again, I don't think this is legal. I don't think the city can be giving out, prioritizing a vaccine, a life-saving vaccine on the basis of race. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Veronica?
Great, thank you so much. I also raised my hand and I don't know why it didn't go on, but
I'm sorry.
that's okay. Thank you everyone for talking on this. And the previous comment, I know that it was said that we shouldn't prioritize on race, but we should, because my community, as I've seen it, has been mostly impacted because my students' parents need to go out to work, even when sometimes they're feeling sick themselves because they don't have the money to get into to support for their rent. And as we see it, families, as we see the demographics in San Jose, the Latinx community has been impacted the most. And I also want to highlight what my council member, Ms. Carrasco, talked about. Today we had 1,450 cases, right? And not today, but yesterday. And most of those, if we look by zip codes, are here in 95116, 95117, 95125. And most of them are being impacted. Most of our community is being also, if we looked at how many of those people don't have money for rent, I know that many of my families that I serve do not have that. They don't know when they're going to get their next meal. If we don't inform them where they're giving out food. I know many of my students are not getting Christmas presents. I know many of them are going through really hard hardships, and not having them go first for the vaccine will be, I don't know, it's unbelievable because they have encountered with the most obstacles, with the most challenges. So please make sure and to consider that the communities most affected by COVID, by coronavirus, are being prioritized when it comes to any kind of support, any kind of help that is coming from the government, or from also any organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's return now to the council. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I like to thank my colleagues for their patience and their dedication to the crisis that we're in right now. We're at a point where where we are now is what we were afraid of in March and April. Like, this is it. It's here, and it's going to get worse. And so we need people to stay home. Damn it! Do not gather outside of your pod. Cancel your holiday flights, as hard as that is. We are really seeing the tale of not just two cities, but the tale of two valleys, really. So I'd like to thank everyone for their patience and dedication, particularly as my colleagues, everybody speaks. Our people are dying. They're dying, and there's a huge amount of economic desperation. I've had mothers come to me in tears as we've been out in the community. They're in tears about the economic desperation. They're in tears about the domestic violence. You know, we talked last time about DV. Well, you know who's making those calls? It's not the mandated reporters, it's the neighbors, it's the families, right? It's what's happening in their neighborhoods. It's the increases in gang violence where mothers are afraid to have their children outside and their children are inside and often in very overcrowded, difficult living conditions. And so there's just a lot of fear and frankly, utter despair. And that's right now. And given where we are on the trajectory with COVID and where we are on the trajectory with the economic recession, it's going to get worse. And so I wanted to thank everyone and also that it shows we have a ways to go on equity and having people understand what that means. And thank my colleagues for their unanimous vote to establish an Office of Racial Equity, because my colleagues understand that. And here we are with COVID, where Latinos who represent 25% of the population in our county represent 57% of COVID cases, right? So there are very real issues, and I just wanted to start off and thank my colleagues for really everybody's taking this seriously and our dedication to this issue. With that, I wanted to just start on a couple of things. So one, I actually did want to bring up Councilmember Jimenez's memo. I understand that there is a working group, and so this is a question for Kip or Lee. Is the city going to sit on that working group? Have we talked to the county? Do we have a role in that?
We have talked to the county. Right now, the way there's a variety of working groups, and I should state that county staff is actually, I think, reporting on the overall vaccine work plan to the Board of Supervisors now. So we will ask our EPIO group to see if we can kind of spice that together in a YouTube clip and send it out so everyone has the same information. There's two working groups that the state requires. One is focused on the healthcare system and really focused on hospitals and health clinics and is more around the distribution and logistics. And then there's a community working group, which at this point, I believe is north of 50 different organizations throughout the county. The Cities Association sits on that and it is kind of poised to inform the cities at this point in time. And then there has been an ongoing Saturday morning call that the county has hosted with cities, and they're going to be bringing the vaccine update and priorities into that group to inform the cities on what's going on. So we have a few different multiple points of entry that we've discussed with the county to date, and I know they're talking about how more council members throughout the county as well as nonprofits can participate in the process. So that's what we know at this point.
Great, thank you. And I bring that up because I think we are all going to need to coordinate. And while the county is certainly doing a great job in the logistics and setting that up, the vaccination site will be in my district. But I understand that the first dose is only about 1/10 of what we actually need. And the folks in the community who are going to be vaccinated will probably be vaccinated by different iterations of the vaccine by the time we get to that point. And so the messaging of that is going to be really critical. And I always say, we at the city, we're the town square. You know, the public rightly doesn't care about which layer of government is whatever. They just want answers. And so, so I know there are a lot of questions around pregnant women and their ability and children and things like that I think we will need to be heavily involved in, because there are a lot of fears about the vaccine. There are a lot of questions about access to the vaccine that I think we will all need to be on the same page. And I also wanted to bring up an issue. I know that we have been talking about zip codes, right, for since what, May? And as we get into the nitty gritty, I wanted to ask you, Lee, and ask my colleagues if we could support a joint city council or city and county letter to the state and the federal government to focus, instead of zip codes, to focus on census tracts. I guess because the census is so recent, it allows more targeting. And I'll give you a few examples. So one, 95112 is a hard hit zip code. With all due respect to Councilmember Perales, I'm willing to bet that it's more in Rock Springs than in Nagley Park, right? For example. My staff was heavily involved in pandemic response and support with nonprofits in the spring. And so I have multiple people on my team focusing on support in 95118, right, which is in District 9, because there are pockets of need there. We've been talking about Cadillac Winchester in 95117. So if we look at the zip code overall, it doesn't allow us to offer that kind of targeting. And I say that as someone who represents the most, along with my colleague, Councilmember Arenas, most of the 95122 hardest hit zip code in the entire county. I want to be able to target those places that need it. And pretty much every part of 95122 is hard hit. And so I think that we need to have a conversation about that. And I would love to be able to support a more hyper-targeted approach when it comes to vaccinations.
Yeah, so from the EOC perspective, I think we would agree. Any communications effort really is kind of in the form of a campaign here. And I think your reference to the census is absolutely kind of spot on. I know that the county has submitted their first plan to the state for the 2 working groups in distribution, and they asked for a lot of clarifications in that plan from the state as well. And I believe one of those was being able to go from zip code to census so that we could be more targeted as a community here. So, we've been offering up some behavioral insights work and some, pro bono communications resources to the county, kind of in an effort to be much more targeted. And I think the county would prefer to go that route as well, based off of the questions they submitted to the state. So we wouldn't be opposed to that at all, Councilmember.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. I would like to support that effort so we can, and again, I say that as representing most of 95122. I would love to be able to support the neighborhoods in the city that really need this help. I wanted to also highlight the leadership of Supervisors Susan Ellenberg and Cindy Chavez in a referral that I believe should be coming before the county's Board of Supervisors as we speak. And it's a plan to improve and extend the isolation and quarantine support program. I think this is going to be critical. We've been talking about this issue for a while. I'm hearing in my district that it's hard to get an appointment because you have to do it online. And so I will be advocating for more walk-ups. My staff has spent a lot of time going online for residents and making appointments for them. The other part that I will advocate for in this referral is streamlined paperwork and documentation requirements, because my residents are afraid to get tested because they're afraid to get a positive result because they're just desperate right now. And so they're making very, very difficult choices. So I wanted to highlight that with the county, and also the fact that they are also considering a standardized financial support level that is consistent across partner jurisdictions and providers in order to minimize these confusions and documentation requirements. And so this was going to be for, I'm not sure if it's Michelle or Andrea, as we look at our resident assistance, that we just make sure that if we're able to consistently streamline it even more, seeing as we're all putting all our money in the same pots, right? If we are able to streamline it and to look at standardizing financial support levels so that folks on the ground can feel like there is something there for them, because right now it isn't. It's a big issue. And, for my colleagues, who maybe haven't heard it from their constituents. I have a lot of constituents freaking out before this announcement because 90-day rent increase notices went out already. So they've got rent increase notices in the mail. And so people are just dealing with a lot. And so I wanted to bring that up and also remind folks that employment rates in San Jose for jobs paying over $60,000 a year, those employment rates only decreased by 3%. Employment rates for jobs paying under $27,000, that's under $27,000. Imagine supporting your family on $27,000. Those jobs decreased by 25%. So, so the economic recovery is going to be huge. I wanted to also bring up, I know the mayor brought it up before, which is, again, with all these rent increases, we have the rent moratorium, the state rent moratorium due to expire in January. Are we sending our letters of support? And Mayor, I know you advocate on a lot of different levels. Have we put the full weight of the city behind support of David Chu's bills? I don't know who to ask. Is that Lee or
I
Sam?
should note, it just literally got introduced
Yeah.
Monday.
I
So I think the process for Benna and everyone would be able to come to council, take a little time.
Okay,
Yeah,
so go ahead,
Those
Lee.
just got introduced, the bill text just got introduced last night at midnight. The concept was we just got the bill text. It's AB 15 and AB 16. Technically, I think under the legislative guiding principles, we would have the ability to take action on it because the principles that you already approved do cover that. So if there's any action before the end of the year or any immediacy, we would have ability to support those and then bring those back to council after action.
Great, I saw Benna's face pop up. So the reason I bring this up is time is of the essence. The legislature did not inspire a lot of confidence in terms of timeliness the last round. I'm getting much more of a sense of urgency this round. Will that be addressed before the moratorium expires?
So the bill was introduced with an urgency clause. So I think, as Lee said, the legislature is aware of the urgency of this. And I know that the housing team is looking at the language right now. So we anticipate taking quick action on this one.
Cool, thank you. I mean, he announced it in the press, a day before or 2 days before he submitted it. So to me, that's a sign like, hey, we need your support. Let's go for it. So, okay, that's helpful. I also had another question, and I'm not sure for who this is. This is for the PIOs. As we look at supporting small businesses and residents, how are we messaging that? Because I think that there's a vastly uneven recovery, not just in San Jose. I think it's in the county and in the region. And I think it would behoove us as a city to speak to that more.
Councilmember, this is Andrea. We're coordinating across the recovery branch between Office of Economic Development and EPIO to really, basically, this is an urgent project for us to understand the content, the partnerships. And so I'm going to turn it over to Chris Burton to give you an update on our approach.
Thanks, Andrea. Yeah, council member, this is obviously an area that we're super focused on right now, trying to understand what the opportunity is to really push that message out to small businesses. As we've discussed before, through the pandemic, this is the first time we've had the opportunity to really blast mass emails out to all businesses in the city. And that's certainly been a successful avenue for us. But even with what we think is a really good open rate on those emails, we're still only achieving about 40% of the businesses in the city that are registered through email. And so that leaves a huge proportion of small businesses that are largely underserved. So we're undertaking efforts right now to produce materials that can be pushed out both digitally and in print, that give people access to all the information and resources, and then to extend our reach and really amplify that message We're doing targeted outreach with a host of partners, so traditional partners in the business support world, but also really looking to those non-traditional support partners and nonprofits that really act as trusted intermediaries in the community and maybe speaking to or reaching those entrepreneurs, small business owners, or even employees of businesses that may not otherwise be getting that messaging. So we can ensure that it's getting out there further to people that potentially have access issues or are not hearing that message through traditional functions.
So how are we going to do that? And yeah, how are we going to do that? I think that, implicit in your response, Chris, is an acknowledgement that we need, just as we had the slide in the 3.1 presentation on the rental assistance, there was a big picture of lots of partners in there. And there are some key partners with Destination Home and Sacred Heart, but we need every one of those groups, right? And we don't have an equivalent in the business community.
Right, that's correct. And that's definitely some of the work that we're trying to do, is to sort of build some of that capacity in the business community. But I think to the extent that even those partners that are not traditional business serving partners, are out and speaking to the community and do provide that access to a broader range of folks, then we need to engage them. And it needs to be a step beyond just sending the information along and assuming that people are going to pass it on for us. We have to actively engage with that broader set of partners, especially those non-traditional partners, and really articulate the value that we think that they can bring to that situation, and tell them that we need their help in reaching businesses, even if they're not in that business traditionally. They're sort of used to engaging with, whether it's families or the communities in need. The understanding that within those communities there are business owners, there are employees that can help distribute that message.
Yeah, I think seeing as COVID is going to extend, we need more of those connectors. Councilmember Carrasco talked about the Alum Rock project and all the work that was done with the small businesses, using those on the ground connectors. And that's where we're at. That's what we need. And it's not where the city usually plays. We talk to Adobe, we talk to Amazon, but this is very micro, much more micro than what we're all used to working with. And I look forward to the point where we get a slide, just as we had that slide with rental assistance, that we have a slide there, a similar slide for economic recovery, because in my opinion, I think COVID's the theme for 2021. And number one is health and human life. But number two, I think, is economic recovery, because we, there's so much work to do, and we need to help people become self-sufficient. I've had parents tell me the reason they don't kill themselves is because they have children, right? Like, that's the despair that is out there. And I had another question, and I think this is for Chris, is how are we going to support job retraining in 2021? Is that on the radar? I don't need a full answer. Is that on the radar? Is that part of the 2021 plan?
It definitely is, and I'm going to hand it straight to Jeff, who's also on the line and can talk to that.
Yeah, Jeff Ruster.
There he is.
Hello, Jeff Ruster, Assistant Director with the Office of Economic Development. Yeah, job training is definitely on not only the horizon, but it's been something we've been actively engaged in through the Corona Relief Funds. We have had a great partnership with Goodwill and other training providers, where we've done not only a work experience program, but a training program for about 175 clients, all of whom were low income, had been obviously impacted by COVID, and were coming from the retail, restaurant, and service sectors, and providing them with a wide variety of trainings ranging from electrician to HVAC to industry fundamentals, customer service skills, IT skills, and the like. Goodwill's been an incredible partner in that. And it's also been kind of an initial step in the Bridge to Recovery program on the workforce side. And we've been engaging with about 60 community-based organizations to help get those referrals, because the job market is still very obviously difficult, not in terms of only the jobs being lost, but people's interest in securing some of those jobs because of their fear about going into the workplace. As we look forward, we are going to transfer some of those clients into training programs that will be funded with Work to Futures, Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, federal resources, as well as continue to recruit youth and adult clients into those programs. And we work with a whole host of job training programs. And through our labor market research, really trying in communications with employers, do our best to stay in tune with what employers are asking for in terms of skill sets. So it's a core mission of Work the Future. And again, it's all working through partnerships and leveraging.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, thank you. And the reason I bring that up is we have a tale of two valleys. There's a valley that is, they're able to work from home, you know, very tech-based or tech-related. Some businesses are doing the best business they've have in years. And then there are other sectors that have just been devastated and are unlikely to come back to what they were. And I think we need to start having honest conversations with residents saying, hey, you know what? We can invest in you and retrain you for these other jobs that are doing great and move those families along. I just have a couple more questions and then a request. Or three more questions. So one is, can you say it again, Kip? Volunteering is allowed under the new rules, is that correct?
Volunteering for essential services is allowed under the new rules. And so we see that as part of what is taking place within the context of the food services.
So thank you to Parks and Rec. They've already sent that message out. I've already shared it on my Facebook. The need, as we all know, in every part of the city is great. There isn't a nonprofit in the city. When a nonprofit like the food bank is hurting for volunteers, that should tell us all something. So with all the folks that are staying home because they're not traveling for the holidays, you have an opportunity to really do some good in the community. And I had two more questions. So I've heard a couple of conflicting things, so I wanted to ask today about Christmas in the Park. Christmas in the Park will continue to operate because it's drive-through. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Good. Okay. Thank you. We put that to bed. I also wanted to bring this up. So really, this is a question. Public safety is still an issue in COVID. I heard gunfire, not last night, but the night before. Gang violence is still an issue and increasing. And so I just wanted to bring up the fact that this should be a priority. And I guess this is a question for Dave. Will that continue, our gang response and outreach intervention team, will that continue to be a priority?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. I think we're going to be able to continue all of our essential services. I do know that we've struggled on some fronts in terms of having to pull resources from one place to another. I know there's been some recent discussions around how we can kind of make sure that we're continuing those, vitally important services to our youth, and so that's our commitment.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have had some conversations with the county on particularly outreach after an incident, because the timing of that is very critical. And the county, because they're the state and the county and everybody's trying to figure everything out, they extended their support for this work, and that if we had questions about guidance, that if we were to reach out to the EOC, that they would prioritize giving us guidance to continue that work as much as possible. So now I'm down to a request. So I think that we have a lot of variables such as the eviction moratorium, the extension, the stimulus bill, a new presidential administration, which is very exciting. I can't wait. I would love to have some time back in January, and I don't know if this is a study session or if this is a 3.1 focus, where we can do a deeper dive on this changing situation, because everything we've been working under is likely to change, right? So it's not just going to be a quick update, and including the financial assistance, rental assistance, all of that work, because we will be operating under different sets of rules and a changing landscape. And so that's my request.
Thanks, council member. Certainly we'll put that into the plan here.
Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you also, Councilor Esparza, for raising a very important point in getting the word out for volunteers. All of us have our networks. I'm actually posting on Facebook as we speak. Please use the SiliconValleyStrong.org website. It's an easy way for anybody to sign up. And I think we've had more than 6,000 volunteers through that website. Is that right, Kip?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it does work. We really do use we really do use the website, and we hope people will too.
Yeah, we
Okay.
really. Yep.
I'm sorry, Kip, I cut you off. Do you want?
No, it's okay. I'm just repeating what has already been said.
Okay, great. Councilman Camus.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also wanted to first start by echoing the thanks, and I'm not going to say as much as everybody else did about Chief Garcia. I could tell you that he has the respect of the community here, and I wish him well. I know he's going to be extremely difficult to replace, and I've always valued his opinion. I think he's been a straight shooter, and sorry, no pun intended there, but I think he's been a fantastic asset to the city of San Jose, and like I said, he's been to be very tough to replace. I also want to thank the mayor and Councilmember Esparza for helping to participate and increase the knowledge about the poverty pandemic group that we've been forming with the mayor's team for, I would say, a few months now. We've known that this train was coming for a long time, and you know, the mayor's team and I and my team, and we've been working with Work to Future, nonprofits, and religious organizations to help find jobs for people who've been displaced. And that program is up and running now, and I encourage everybody to be to look at it. I think that our religious community has stepped up to the plate, distributing food and what have you, but they're going to be doing even more, trying to help people find jobs. And I'm really proud of the work that the group from Poverty Pandemic is doing. That being said, I do have a couple of questions. Number one, I've brought this up before, and I think my colleague, Councilmember Arenas, has brought this up several times about the rise in sexual assaults and domestic violence, and she even had a police sergeant assigned to this work, this unit. So I'm actually still concerned about the rising violence. We've obviously had a murder recently at Grace Church. That person was released from jail. I've asked in the past, and you know, I've been asking since 2019 study session, in fact, to see if we could find any correlations between recidivism, and it's tough for me to say that word up, unfortunately, recidivism and the people that are being locked up. I think that this person should have never been released from jail, and I'm wondering, you know, and staff has told me that they were going to get back and get me some statistics. I think that this is the last report, the COVID report, that we're going to see before my tenure is over. Was any work done on getting those statistics? And if so, when are we going to get a report on this, on recidivism and when it comes to these crimes, the violent crimes that have been on the increase?
Councilmember, you know, I know that in our last 3.1 3 weeks ago, we did a deep dive into some of the public safety statistics. I'm not remembering if we dove into this, and I know PD's not on the line, so I would suggest that either Kip or I will follow up with Jennifer McGuire and PD and update you and the council if any of that work has been done since our last update.
Yeah, no, I recall asking for the work to be done. I was definitely present listening to the statistics on these issues, and I think my colleagues were rightfully concerned about the rise in violent crimes. but if we don't know where, if we don't know the source and how it's happening, we're going to be doomed to we're going to be stuck with the rise and not be able to address the issues at hand. And so I would definitely welcome to hear any any work that's being done on this issue. I think it, like I said, if we don't know we don't know what the causes are, how can we have a solution? And so, Lee, I'd appreciate a referral back, and I'm hoping that you guys do look at the issue in the future in case I don't get, in case we don't hear about this next week. I'd love to get the to address this issue. I think recidivism could be a very big factor of the reasons why violence is higher. So, Lee, I'd appreciate if you'd get back to me on that.
Yep, we will.
And lastly, I'm wondering, I understand the need to distribute the vaccine with racial sensitivity. I think it's very important, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right, because I think the public may be misunderstanding, what Councilmember Jimenez is advocating for. I just want to make sure that our first responders and the people who are working at Safeway or our workforce that are in basically seeing people at McDonald's or whatever every day, I think that they should have priority over anyone, our first responders and the people who are in our industries that are service industries. I think that they and of course our elderly. Are we making these decisions, or is somebody else? Is the health department making them? I'm not sure who's making the decisions to begin with.
Yeah, Councilmember, I think I'll let Kip kind of jump in here, but as he was presenting, we appreciate all the input. We're not the ones that are going to be determining priorities. That will be, as Kip went over, the feds, the state, and ultimately the county. And we're trying to position ourselves to provide some level of input to that, but ultimately it's the county that will be making those decisions.
That's correct. And it's broken up into these slivers or phases that are in turn broken up into these subsets or subphases. So again, this initial phase 1A is essentially these healthcare providers, medical first responders, and residents of long-term care facilities. And that's, to give a sense of proportion, that's where we get the less than 10% of the doses that we need that we're getting in December relates just to that portion 1A. So as each sliver gets rolled out and more doses come online, the campaign or vaccination campaigns will focus on that next group that is eligible. But the ideal would be also that you would begin to inform people about where they fit, and also begin to inform people on why they need to get vaccinated so that we avoid vaccine hesitation. So we really can be a partner on the ground implementation to the extent that the county invites us in, but the decisions on who gets the vaccine and exactly when they get are a combination of federal direction, state direction, and the availability of the vaccine by the ability of the private sector to scale up to produce it.
Okay, and while thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't prepared to make a decision on who gets vaccinated first, and I realized that there's a memo on this issue. Is it appropriate to vote on this memo, or is this report just going to be taken in as a report?
Yeah, Councilmember, we look at it as as has happened a couple of times before when there's been memos written on 3.1. It's general input for us to factor into the process. It's not formal council direction.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, I think you guys have a tough task trying to find a replacement for our chief. And thank you. I don't know if he's listening. He's certainly not on the call here, but thank you for your service, Chief Garcia.
Thank you, Councilor Kim. Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to state just at the very outset, I know some of my colleagues have shared some statistics and information. I wanted to share something that I read maybe about a few weeks ago when it talked about the dollar amount of back rent in the state that's estimated to be about $1.7 billion. And I think there was also a number thrown out in the same article that about 240,000 households were falling behind on their rent. And so very supportive of a lot of what was said, especially around the work in Sacramento, and hopefully the usage of some money that hopefully eventually trickles down from the federal government to help with a number of different things that we're doing here in the city. So I just wanted to mention that. Some of my questions were asked, but let me just touch on obviously the memo that I submitted. I concur with Dave's sort of interpretation. That's the way I interpreted it, is, submitting this memorandum, essentially highlighting some of the things that I thought were important to sort of bring forward and provide some daylight on. So I know that the vaccines and the vaccinations, obviously, this is not something that the city is in fact going to be doing itself, right? But I think we have a role. And so what we know, at least what I've come to understand, is that the orders as related to vaccines do have a hierarchy of distribution of sorts. And so the spirit of the memo was just that as more vaccines become available, right, after the distribution goes beyond, say, the obvious categories such as healthcare workers, which is a broad category, by the way. And I think Kip stated is about 140,000 individuals in Santa Clara County or so. The spirit of the memo is just simply stating that once that initial distribution, again, that's dictated by the feds, then the state to the county, I'm just interested in making sure that the city is at the table when deciding when and how residents in most of our impacted areas are approached with the vaccine. So that way we collectively as a local government, the county and the city, are as effective as possible to get buy-in from the residents and dispel whatever myths and break down barriers to acceptance of the vaccine, which I think is going to be very important. And so that was the spirit of the memo. The other thing that fueled my interest is that we know that many in our community have been at the front of the line when it comes to death and infection of this virus. And I think it's incumbent upon us that we must do everything possible to make sure that these same people aren't in the back of the line when receiving the vaccine. And so, Martha was right that we did, in the body of the memo, we did put, I think the word Latinos in there and the word people of color is in there, which, by the way, when I say people of color, I think Vietnamese, I think Latinos, I think everyone under the sun mostly, right? And so we naturally know that a lot of those folks have been negatively impacted both economically as well as health-wise are in these areas. And so I don't think we as a city, and I don't think we are, right? But I don't think we as a city should shy away and really shedding some daylight, and we have been doing it on the people that are most affected by this. And so, I think the spirit of the memo is well placed. I stand by it. I think we need to do everything possible to those most affected by what's happening in our country. The other thing, I know we talked about some economic sort of components of what's happening, and I really do see this as a shift in the economic power and the stability of many families in this country, right? Because we know that this pandemic is really not cutting evenly in many communities, and I suspect, and I suspect that many folks here on the council would agree with me, and many folks in the community, that this pandemic, as we all know, isn't impacting people evenly, right? It has disproportionate impacts in certain communities. And so we as a city need to do everything we can to make sure, again, that we're at that table as it relates to vaccines, that we're at the table as it relates to economic sort of the viability of some of these neighborhoods, and make sure we're doing everything we can to stand them up. And so, that was the spirit of the memo. And so I do have a few questions that I think remained unanswered. And so I know that there's been, and it's been mentioned a few times, but there's essentially two committees or task force. One of them is the logistical. The other one is, I think, that the county is sort of putting together, I think, at the direction of the state, if I'm not incorrect. And one of them is made up of, it's going to be touching on like messaging and as it relates to vaccinations and such. My understanding is that that task force has about 115 people on it. And I suspect they're made up of different nonprofit groups and stuff. And so what I'm curious about, and I didn't quite hear the answer, but Kip or Lee, is the city one of those 115?
At present, no. We were told this morning if we wanted to participate, that the county would be more than open to that. However, I do feel that, as I mentioned, there's going to also be a community advocacy committee really drilling down on implementation and around the census tracts. And I think several council members will have the opportunity to participate, and we'll try and participate directly with the county EOC to the extent we have that available to us, given the size of that community advisory group and the need to have a lot of nonprofits involved. I'm not sure it necessarily makes sense for us to dedicate a lot of resources to that.
Okay. And you know, just thinking about the what role the city is going to play as it relates to the vaccinations, I think it goes without saying that the city has a broad-based sort of inventory of infrastructure around, you know, a large part of our county, right? Libraries, community centers, whatever it may be, right? And so have we thought about what role the city may play, or what would be, you know, in our mind, the most beneficial role? Have we thought about that, or is that still being worked on and thought about?
So we've definitely thought about it, and Kip can go into more specifics on the details. We've offered a range of ideas and opportunities for the county to think over, from just, you know, relationships with facility providers within our own county, but also the work of some of our communications and behavioral insights work and resources that we have around a communications campaign, as well as offering up any advocacy that the county may want to take at a state or federal level to help our community receive this vaccine even quicker. Kip, I know that you've had more detailed conversations directly with Marty Fensterscheib.
Yes, and we've also, as you know, done our research internally in the EOC. So I'll just kind of share top line what we think are, if you will, key contributions that we think we as a city can make, and then they echo essentially what Lee said. I would say there's three key areas. One is in administration, second is in communications and engagement, and the third is in advocacy. In terms of administration, council member, as you mentioned, we have a number of sites and that we either own or rent or have in collaboration. And so we would certainly be very open to securing, managing, or making available any distribution sites within the city that the county feels would be useful, and working with our partners in that role of helping to secure and find sites to administer it. In terms of communications, you know, effective, culturally competent messaging in multiple languages is going to be essential in this sort of campaign. In addition to simply messaging, that the on-the-ground community engagement with trusted local partners is likely to be the most effective way to reach the desired communities that are hardest to reach. So that kind of intentional and coordinated campaign needs mass media, social media, targeted ground efforts. We are, again, willing and able to make our resources and our teams available to coordinate on that if the county should desire. And then finally, in advocacy, you know, listening to some of the conversation around the economic challenges, I think similarly with the vaccines, you know, we depend a lot on this next wave of recovery around successful efforts at the federal and state level. And so I think our joint advocacy at the federal level will be very important around not only the vaccination campaign, but also making sure that that some of what we see locally is echoed at the national level. We really need to have clear, competent messaging to avoid vaccine hesitation, to help people hear from influencers who look and sound like them about the importance and the science behind being vaccinated. And while we can do a lot of that at the local level, that also needs to be done at the state and federal level. And we believe that we can support the county's leadership by having a common voice in advocacy. So bottom line, we're as we said, more than willing and able to assist, but we really need to be following the county's lead and their deep expertise in this.
I appreciate that. Just another question, and I agree with all that. I think that's essentially, to a certain extent, what was captured in the memo is just how do we coordinate, right? How do we make sure this is successful for everyone? Because I think, quite frankly, our lives depend on it. and so I guess the other question I had is, how often are we in contact with the county? I've come to understand that there's several meetings a week, but I'm not sure how, I mean, if that's maybe if misinterpretation on my end, or how often are we talking to them?
So there's a variety of different points of coordination with the county. I'd say throughout the EOC, whether it's Jackie and her team directly over to the Office of Supportive Housing on shelter and our shelter capacity, as well as Dolan and Jill on team around food distribution. There's a lot of daily, probably hourly contact throughout the various branches of the EOC. And then there are several different meetings. Greta Hansen and James Williams and I do meet regularly, the EOC directors over at the county, and Board President Chavez and the mayor have joined and have calls in some mornings. But the frequency back and forth, at least from an EOC perspective, is quite regular, especially over the last few months.
Okay, and would you say that regularity includes conversations about vaccines, vaccinations, and what that process is going to look like, or has that not been part of the discussion?
No, they've definitely been part of the discussions, and I think one of the difficulties on the coordination front isn't necessarily a lack of coordination. It's what we feel in our own EOC, or what Kip and I often feel as we try and present 3.1 to you, is circumstances are changing so rapidly. So I know we've tried to engage in a vaccine conversation with the county quite a few times, but as the state orders come in, the immediacy of needing to figure out what those are, what we need to ramp up in our EOCs, increase food output for our residents, as well as getting a little bit of a heads up on the local shelter in place ordinance. Those things obviously take priority and trying to figure out and manage through the EOC. So I wouldn't necessarily say there's any lack of coordination. It's just time isn't on anyone's side, given how fast we're trying to run.
Okay, thank you. And just the last comment, I know over the year, I've been on council about 4 years, and I'll be here an additional 4 years more. So I suspect I'll maybe see a little bit more of this, but it seems to me that the relationship between the county and the city sometimes is lacking some coordination. And it seems like everyone, both county, I used to work at the county. So I know some of the folks at the county, and certainly know folks at the city. And I think we're all well-meaning and want to do the best for the residents that we serve. But I think if we are, as a region, as a local governments, or if we are to serve our residents well and make sure that we're able to get past this, I do hope that whatever friction existed in the past or currently, and if anyone from the county is listening, probably not, because they're having their meeting, but I just think it's a due time to set that aside. And I just can't, I don't fully understand the dynamics at play as it relates to the relationship between the city and the county. It always just baffles me. And so what I hope is that, for lack of a better word, I'm not suggesting blame anywhere, but that we all get our act together, right? That we work better together for the benefit of the residents of this county, of this city, which obviously makes up a large percentage of the county. And I think if we don't, I think it's going to be reflective of the results we get, and the lack of coordination that's going to naturally come from that shakiness in the relationship when we're going down this path of finding a solution and finally doing away with COVID and bringing things back to normal. And so I hope that, we, to the extent all of us on this call have relationships with folks at the county. I know I've tried to do the best that I can in talking to some of the supervisors and such. And I'm not sure where that point of friction is, but I think it's just due time that we set it aside and move forward and really for the benefit of the residents. So with that, let me just say thank you to Lee, to Kip, to the whole team. I know this, we almost week in, week out, you come in and present a lot of information. It makes my head explode, to be frank. There's a lot there, but I know there's a lot going on. I'm often not a fan of every council member going around and saying thank you. So you getting thanked like 20 times. I know it takes up some time, but in this instance, let me just say thank you so much for your work. We appreciate it. And I think the residents of the city of San Jose are better for it. So appreciate you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for the presentation. Certainly, as the mayor pointed out, I think a couple of us have said our appreciations for Chief Garcia, being that we won't get really many other opportunities. Otherwise, maybe a text or a phone call. But I want to just echo that as well. I think he's served our city tremendously well, and I was able to work with him in numerous capacities, and do appreciate his service, especially in this last year that has been very difficult. But I think he has led our city well, and certainly will be difficult shoes to fill as we move forward. In regards to some of the conversation that was going on, and I'll start with Councilmember Jimenez's memo. The way I read it just made complete sense in regards to what he was saying, and I think he described it well, in that we have particular members of our community that have been impacted the hardest, and I don't think we should be afraid to call that out, even if it involves race of those individuals. We need to be able to call that out and specifically have that in mind in our strategies as we deploy the vaccines. So I think that it was very fitting for what just the realities are. And I think that there certainly are people of all races and nationalities that will fall into the category of some of the most impacted. But again, we can't be afraid to call out the fact that it has disproportionately, this disease, this pandemic has disproportionately affected people of color. In regards to the testing at our wastewater plant, I'm just curious from staff, who was it that implemented that? I think you noted on the slide that it's the only large-scale wastewater pilot in the world. So I was a little curious about how we got involved in that.
Kip Harkness, I'll take that. There's a lot of credit that goes around for that. We have, as we run the wastewater treatment plant, we have our own lab. And one of the folks, so Carrie Romanov, the Director of Environmental Services, and Nat Fukuda have been important in that. And then one of the people who leads our environmental lab, our lab supervisor, Payal Sarkar, is she got her PhD at University of Arizona. Her main professor is one of the folks who is a world expert on coronaviruses. And so she has deep expertise and connection around this. Early on, we realized that this was a potential technology that could be very useful. And so the Environmental Services Department, as well as EOC, were both reaching out and around. And Payal was one of the ones who was instrumental in connecting up with Stanford, with the county, and with others to put this into place. And again, we're really lucky to have her deep expertise around not only wastewater, but specifically around the coronavirus. And so that's how we benefited from it. The other big advantage for us is having Verily as a partner, the Google funded company, because what they've allowed is they've got the robotic technologies that allows the extremely high throughput that's needed to do it in real time. Some of the reason we didn't share this information earlier, even though we had it, is we were doing a lot of work to verify, to make sure that the numbers we were getting were actually a good proxy for what was going on in the community. And we now have that level of certainty, again, thanks to the research.
Yeah, thank you. And I just appreciate, I think, the ingenuity there, and just kind of being able to think about other ways that we can gauge, specifically in this regard, as we know we're not everybody's getting tested, and it's not necessarily possible for everybody to get tested as certainly as frequently as we may want to have data. So just seeing the slide on that and how the numbers in the graph correlate with what we know is happening right now, the increase, but being able to see how dramatically increased that has been, specifically after, as we know, this past Thanksgiving holiday. I think certainly that is a very helpful set of data, and I kudos to the city staff and our partners that helped us to lift that up. In regards to the two task forces that, as I understand here, are state mandated, I wanted to see if staff could dive a little deeper for me. Let me know kind of if, I guess from Councilor Jimenez's question, we're not going to be a part, and I would encourage us to, if there is a space there. It sounds like we're already working closely, but I think there could be a benefit to having some participation there. And but wanted to see what is the mandate here as far as how frequently are they expected to be meeting? What are their goals? Is any of that ironed out yet?
I don't believe it is ironed out, no. I know they had their first meeting yesterday, I believe, and it was attended by quite a lot of people. I think part of what is getting ironed out at the Board of Supervisors now too is possibly additional working groups that can dive into specific subjects and be more focused. So I think that's important for us to understand as staff, and then bring it back to you guys. And so that's what we'll be doing in the coming weeks.
Great, thank you. And I know it's something, at least in regards to the task force that we lifted up here in the greater downtown core on economic recovery, it was something that continually came out of there, and it was one of our initial recommendations back before the summer that the county create a task force, an ongoing one. They created a couple opportunities for some one-day opportunities for community members to come and speak up, but there hasn't been anything ongoing. And then I also was invited by Councilmember Carrasco to participate in the Health and Equity Task Force. That indeed another interest was that there be a more ongoing sort of county-led task force to have that focus, and I know that was a request out of that task force as well. And unfortunately, we did not see either of those requests accepted by the county in regards to an ongoing task force. So I'm hopeful that this will be a way to involve our community members, our nonprofit partners that are out there, our businesses, and that's why I said as well, I think ourselves, if there is a capacity to be able to participate, and then I'm hoping we can get an update from staff as we learn more. As Lee, you just pointed out that it is sort of at the beginning stages here, but I'd love to see what some of the direction for that will be.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And sorry, just buzzing through the slides here. So I think that actually was the bulk of my comments. My colleagues have stated. I think really important that we continue to be able to focus on those that are most hardest hit this next wave, as we've all pointed out, and I think for the most part, many people predicted that it would come. It's certainly going to hit our community tremendously hard, a community that's already struggling. And I think we have to do everything in our part. Again, just like Councilmember Jimenez was stating in his memo, even if some of these decisions aren't ours, we need to be able to provide that advocacy at the county level, at the state level, to represent our community the best that we can, specifically keeping in mind these areas in our community that have been hardest hit. And we absolutely need to focus our attention not only in being able to deal with these impacts right now, but as we hopefully begin to turn a corner on these vaccines, again, focusing the attention on the vaccines in the areas that are at most need, and then that recovery as well, because we know that is going to be, those decisions are going to be drawn out for many years to come. And so certainly not easy task or decision ahead, but thank you again to staff and my colleagues.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also going to make my comments really brief because I think my colleagues did a really good job in just painting a really good and clear picture about how our community is being impacted. And I know Councilmember Carrasco and Esparza have also expressed losses in their families, and I'm really sorry about those losses. I myself had a loss this weekend. And you know, this is something that once it really connects and impacts your family, you realize the devastation of the disease in a way that you haven't been able to appreciate it maybe before, right? And I know that we've all been very diligent about the work that we're doing to make sure that we keep our children connected, our families connected and supported, regardless of whether we have a direct impact in our families or not, because that's our job. And I'm really proud of the work that all of you are doing in the EOC. And I'm grateful for the presentation that you provided today. In your presentation, you have a community and economic recovery that both, I think, Andrea, Michelle, and Chris are all part of. And on Friday, we all spent a really good deal. We even went over the study session hours, and we talked about trash at length. And the staff that was in charge of that, Beautify San Jose, I'm being very reductive. I know that it's more than just trash, and it has to do with quality of life, but in the end, it really is about trash. And there was a whole system that was developed in order to really find out in real time the type of problems that are happening in our city, how we're going to address them. I mean, you know, color coded and everything. And so I really would like for us to take the same approach. And when we talk about beautification and upkeep to our city, that we talk about it at this length and with this kind of strategic planning, that we also do that with our community and economic recovery, and that we are included as council members representing our own respective districts. And so I think Councilmember Esparza had already asked for in-depth conversation. I'd like to request an actual study session that would take place in January. And I think it would line up really well with the new council members that will come on board, allowing them to step into the role a little bit easier and understand where we're at with the pandemic, but as well as understanding our role in the community and economic recovery. Dave, is that something that could be possible for January?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So I certainly I'll loop back with the team and see if we can do that. I want to mention, you know, the study session that we did on Friday was literally months in the making, but I'm not dismissing your points at all. So we'll certainly look at what we can do productively in January and maybe even beyond that. So I'll take it as I'll say it as a yes right now, and let's see what we can do.
I really appreciate that. I think that there's a lot of really great work that we're all working on separately. And I think there's an opportunity for us to all come together to see what our kind of patchwork of work is creating, and for it to be also very strategic. Because we don't have the resources and the time. And so this is as worse as it can get. And so I really appreciate that, Dave. And we can talk about it a little bit offline, but I know that this is something for me, you know, I've been talking about the violence that is happening against women and young children. We've been working really hard on making sure that there's still some availability of normalcy for some of these families so that they can get back to work. And, you know, and I appreciate all of my colleagues for supporting our childcare strategy so that can actually help in this economic recovery, but that's just one piece of it, right? And as we're stepping into this new year, I'm not going to pretend that we're going to have a normal rest of the school year. We're not. And if we really intend to help our families continue with economic recovery, or when, how this next phase of this all looks like, then we seriously also need to take a look at how big is this problem? How are our partners at the county level, at County Office of Ed, also playing a part with all of this? What is our role? And how can we maximize our resources? It's really about maximizing our resources, making sure that we respect our own staff and their time limits and the amount of workload that we're asking them to do, and not duplicate efforts, because there might be a lot of really great work being done at the County Office of Ed, and we just don't know that, and we don't know everything that the county is doing. And so I want us to make sure that we continue to protect our staff in not duplicating efforts, but as well as looking ahead and to see what else, what is the next step for us in order to have this recovery and resiliency as you all outlined in your strategy earlier. So I really appreciate that work. I also want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for your memo and for making sure that our communities that are impacted the most are the ones that are prioritized. And I do want to comment about race, because I don't want to shy away from race. I don't want ever for us to go back to a point where we don't talk about race and equity. It is awfully familiar to us to talk about race when we talk about when our children aren't doing well in school. We've talked about at length our educational gap, the digital gap that we have in this city and in this county, because there's an ethnic disparity when you look at those achievement gaps. And and this should be an area that we should also take a look at in terms of race and equity. It is no different. It's not because we're not performing well. Well, we're being impacted in a way that is really outside of a lot of people's hands because of the type of work that they do, because of the living situation that they have, just for so many reasons. And so I want us to continue to normalize race and equity, to normalize talking about race and making sure that those groups that need to be prioritized are prioritized. Of course, we also have vulnerable groups as seniors and those who are medically vulnerable. Those continue to be at the top of the priority. Nobody gets debunked. Nobody gets listed at a lower level. It really is just incorporating race into the conversation. And so I want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for continuing to have that conversation with all of us and for making sure that it is on our dashboard and that we don't shy away from it and we look at things from a very realistic viewpoint. Lastly, I just want to also thank Chief Eddie Garcia. I know that you've all heard me say that pandemics and the World Health Organization and their research have shown always a propensity of violence against women and young girls. And I know that the chief worked with us to make sure that this increase of numbers against young girls under the age of 14 was addressed. And we have now an SVU unit that was established. And we hope that we can change the type of crime that this is, that it doesn't have a degradation and a family issue type of crime, that this is an actual crime that creates ripples in people's lives and should be punishable just as any other crime is. And so I want to thank you, Chief Garcia, for the work that you did within this realm and really outside of this realm, but I know that we've worked really closely on this area. And so thank you for that, and I wish you well in your future. I hope next endeavor, although you merit having a wonderful retirement if that's what you choose. Those are my questions. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, and thank you, Kip and the team for the presentation today. And thank you to my council colleagues for always focusing us on the areas in San Jose that are most heavily impacted by the effects of COVID. While it's true that all our areas are affected by COVID, both from a life and death situation, but also from an economic impact, it is also true and indisputable that certain zip codes are affected disproportionate to their numbers. So I appreciate Councilmember Esparza, Carrasco, and my colleagues for always making sure that we are looking towards our North Star, and that is to help our most vulnerable population. I have a couple questions. Most of my questions have been asked, so I've been crossing them off as I've been listening to them. But, you know, we have a huge economic impact that as has been stated by many prior to me. I'm concerned, and I'm wondering if we have any statistics of the increase of suicide rates that may be resulting from the economic impact. We hear stories of the increase in suicide rates in Japan and other countries. Are we seeing that in San Jose? Or if we don't have that now, perhaps we could have that available. I'm very concerned about the current mental health condition and the long-term mental health condition, both of those suffering economic loss, but also our children and adults as we transition back to whatever a normal life will be like. Well, whatever a post-COVID life, let's not say normal, a post-COVID life will be like. Do we have any read on that in San Jose or Santa Clara County?
Councilmember, this is Andrea Flores-Shelton. I have not seen anything published to date, but I do have contacts with the Suicide Prevention Coordinator and the county's Behavioral Health Services Department, and I'll be sure to reach out and circle back and get that report out to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Councilmember Esparza, you mentioned that that the first thing that we should be concerned about is the loss of life, and I absolutely agree. And that the second is the economic impact. I have a question about the economic impact as it relates to compliance and our city's role in it. A couple of weeks ago, I read in the paper where the county had served notice to businesses with fines of 200 or 300 businesses. I missed exactly how many, but can you tell me, Kip, or possibly Kip, what our role would be in that, what the fines were, the dollar amount, and what were they being fined for?
I'm actually going to ask Lee to help me out. He's been stepping into the compliance piece a little bit, and I don't know if Oscar is on the line, but he's our compliance director and have more details. So if Lee, maybe you could take a little bit of top line on that, and we'll see if we can get more specifics from Oscar.
Thank you.
Sure. The county has established a branch in their EOC and a task force of all cities who've been participating. So we have been participating in the compliance program. The city's involvement thus far, we've weighted really heavily on the side of educating our businesses about the public health notices and not going heavy into enforcement quite yet. I know that the county has asked several cities to look at the data and step into the enforcement realm a bit more. We have done that cautiously and are seeking to understand those fines that have been given out thus far in San Jose, which are given out for not adhering to the public health order. That's the power that they have to fine, is not adherence to the public health order, where those industries are. what are the businesses, where are they located in San Jose? So we have some variety that they're located throughout the city. But the type of business, the size of business, we're still seeking to understand that data more fully from the county.
Thanks, Lee. I'd also like to know why the fines were issued. I've heard anecdotally it was because some of the business did not have the latest posting on their doors that the county created, yet they had the old notification, but they were fined because they didn't have the latest new form. So I'd like to know how many, this just seems to be putting salt into wounds of businesses who are trying to comply, yet may not have had the bandwidth or the understanding that they had to have a new forms on their doors when people entered their places of business. So I'd like to, that seems really punitive to be fining people who are really attempting to comply. So that's what I'd like to know. If we're educating, I'm all for education, but being punitive to businesses who are trying to comply but haven't met the letter of the regulation because they don't have the latest form, but they have the old form, that they still have the arrows, that they're counting people who are going in, that they're doing everything that they can, yet they don't have the latest form. So that's what I'd like to know is how many people are being fined for that, for not having the correct documentation on the door. And not, I don't mean the most up-to-date documentation, because I can tell you small businesses, they struggle with that. They think they're in compliance, and then the county keeps changing what the documentation is, and it's hard for small businesses to keep up. They don't have lawyers on staff who are telling them what to do. They don't have big departments who are helping them. They're just trying to make it through the day. So that's one thing I'd like to know, and I'd also like to know what the dollar amount of the fines are. It just seems punitive in some cases. Now, there are maybe other cases where the businesses are thumbing the nose at the restrictions, and that's different. But those who are really trying to comply, boy, I really don't want to see San Jose involved in being punitive with those businesses at all. Let's help them. Let's help them, provide them with the information they need to be up to date, but let's not fine them unless they're a bad actor in the business sense. So if you can get that information for us, Lee, I think that would be really helpful for us to understand how broad it is, especially if the county is asking us to enforce a part of it. And if enforcement means that we're sending our police officers over to enforce this, is that who we are depending on to enforce the restrictions?
So we have not enforced to that level yet. So we have possible code enforcement, possible PD, fire for occupancy type things. I will say, when it comes to our fire, the system is strained because of the hospital system. So there's not a lot of capacity. But your request is absolutely part of our request, council member, kind of the severity and the type of violation. I would agree with you, and I think that's why we've in the Emergency Operations Center taken the tactic of educating to the best of our ability, because there's definitely a very big difference between, hey, you have the hold order up in your window, you're fine, versus we've been back here and you're over your occupancy time and time again. And I think those are the, some of the super spreader events that we're all worried about given the science. So we're trying to understand of the violations where everything is on the scale. So once we have that, we can follow back up with the council.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I also wanted to ask Kip about the wastewater pilot program. That's really fascinating to me. What are we going to do with the information when we have it? What's the next step?
A lot of it is making sure that the public health team and the environmental health services team in the county have that information, and they can use that to guide their overall response. And so they're very much a partner with that, and we've been glad to be providing them that data. Some of it is simply what we're doing here, right? Again, as we look at the 3 waves, without the without a method of testing that is not skewed by the amount of tests available, it's difficult to understand how big these waves are relative to each other. So one of the things that the wastewater testing is particularly helpful for us is we've been testing since March 16th. So it gives us a baseline that cuts across all of the waves. And we now understand that this wave is so high and so steep. So part of the reason, again, we highlighted it here is that's driving our urgency in our messaging and our communications. It will also, we are also looking at see if there are ways of getting a more refined view on this below the general widespread population level. You know, can we get a more accurate picture of particular neighborhoods, for example, or even particular subsets of neighborhoods? And so we've been in discussions around the possibility of using this technology in other settings, but so far have not come across the ideal one. We are working with Stanford on another potential pilot, for example, to look at schools, because this same methodology can be used in schools and can detect viruses at the school level. While just since I brought it up, I'll go into one of the cautions around that, which is while everybody poops, not everybody poops in school. So we want to make sure that you know, this might work at a college dorm, for example, but it might not work in an elementary school. So we're looking at the applications of this technology that might provide us a second set of eyes, if you will, in addition to individual testing. And whenever we see patterns that we believe require action, we'll bring them to the forefront in the EOC. We'll act on them immediately. And when appropriate, we'll bring them back here so you can understand and see what we're seeing.
Great, thank you. And before you leave, Kip, I wanted to publicly thank you for presenting at my town hall last week on emergency preparedness and giving us a little precursor of the vaccines and the rollout of all of that. I truly appreciate your time and was grateful for that. I know how busy you are, so I appreciate you giving me an hour of your time to our residents. Two more things. We had a really good study session last week from Beautify San Jose. So I'm wondering, will any of their work be affected by the stricter shelter in place orders?
Now, essentially, no. I mean, we are, with everything, we're doing a review of the code of safe practices and a review of how we do the operations to ensure the highest levels of safety. And we're doubling down in terms of making sure that people aren't, for example, meeting inside, even though it's chilly out, when they don't need to. But none of the service delivery or none of the work that relates to that, which was described during the study session, is on pause or suspended in any way as a result of the stay-at-home orders.
Great, thank you. And finally, thank you for reminding us that about volunteering and that volunteers are needed. I just had a meeting earlier this morning with the Rotary Club of San Jose, and they're looking for things to do and things to be effective in impacting the city and our residents. So I will push out to them the information too, that is one way that they can provide service above self, and it's something good for all of us to do in our teams if we have time. And I know it's impactful to be able to contribute and help the greater community when you have that chance. So thank you for reminding us that volunteering is important and how much they need volunteers. And I'm going to take a look at the website and see where I can fill in. Thank you so much for your presentation. That's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Diep.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I just want to hop in and you know, a lot of the comments and questions that have already been asked that I would have said. I want to follow up and kind of add some things. It was mentioned earlier that yesterday we had a single day report of 1,450 COVID cases, and I believe that's the first time we've hit 4 digits in a single day. And Dr. Cody said something, I think there's like a 5 or 7 day lag between testing and reports coming out. So it's not, you know, so there's some degree of, you know, data coming in all at once. But the fact is we've never hit 4 digits before. And that's kind of, well, that's pretty dire. And that's all, I want to emphasize that that's a countywide number. Not just a San Jose number. And while surely in San Jose, the the areas on the east side are being impacted, and I don't want to take away from that. I also just want to not overstate the reality that we're facing. The 1,400 number is countywide, and San Jose is half of that. And I don't have the exact numbers of where, how many are from Mountain View or Sunnyvale or how many are from San Jose, but I just want to add that context. I really appreciate Councilmember Jimenez's memo. I've been using this time to question how are we going to be prepared for testing? Do we have enough processing centers, and how are we going to participate in the vaccination? I agree with the spirit of what he's trying to accomplish. Certainly, where the most impacted communities are suffering from COVID, we should rise to the moment and make sure that they're protected as best as possible. I would just caution my colleagues against the framing and word choice. We shouldn't shy away from conversations about race, but at the same time, we shouldn't touch upon race in a way that might trigger further divisions within our community. I have not read any science, and Kip or anybody, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know that COVID is particularly devastating to Asian communities or Latino communities or Black communities or Italians or what. My understanding is that it affects all of us differently, but I would agree that people who are frontline workers who are sell food to people on every day, coming back and forth, interacting with people, and not doing office jobs are more susceptible and more likely to be impacted. So if we can look and contour who is most impacted in ways that perhaps like Councilmember Esparza was mentioning, census tract, people who live in overcrowded housing, people who live in intergenerational family housing, people who don't have the luxury of coming home and sleeping in their own room. In that way, I think we'll get less friction and less people calling in and saying, hey, what about me? Because when we're having debates about allocation of resources, I think people can be reasonable, are willing to be reasonable, and will be open to splitting the difference. But when we start talking about us versus them and identifying groups that they may not belong to, suddenly I feel like sometimes people can feel like that's a betrayal when they're on the wrong end of the in group that gets whatever resources. So I just put that out there. But I think the spirit of the memo is absolutely correct, and we should help our most vulnerable communities, however we identify them. I think the role, on discussion about the role of the city, I think HSS, CDC, and the feds will have whatever guidelines they have. I think right now the guideline is medical workers and people who live in residential care facilities, and then the state adds on guidance and the county can add on guidance. I think it's the city's role as much as possible to follow that guidance, to help execute that plan and provide feedback up from the ground about how those plans might be working. I really think for the council or the city, our role would be to instill faith in our communities about the validity of the vaccine. We've had discussions in this 3.1 section before about opening up test centers across the city and community members, for whatever reason, not partaking, whether because the testing sites are open in during hours that they're working, or communities not having access to the online sign up, the appointment making system, so on and so forth. But it could also be that our community is, for whatever reason, mistrustful of government and a government given a vaccine. So I don't know the extent of this, but I think that our role, to the extent that the mayor and council members go into, like the presidents have said, they'll take the first jab available to prove that this is a safe vaccine. So instill confidence in it. I think that's something that the council could do in our respective communities and be ambassadors for the community and help shore that up, the credibility of it. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, the first round of shots available to Santa Clara County is going to be 17,750 doses. Does that sound about right, Kip?
Yeah, that's the number I scratched down. I can't remember whether it was 17,550 or 750, but that's about the right number of doses. Yeah. Yes, from Dr. Finsterscheib.
And that's just the first round. Most of these vaccines, I think there are two that are in production right now, and then there's a third one from AstraZeneca. There's the Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca. There's three of them. Two of them are kind of making their way through, and both of them, I understand, are two shots, right? Shots 30 days or 3 months from was it 3 weeks, 4 weeks from each other?
So the two that are on full track for approval, one by Pfizer, one by Moderna, are both mRNA, messenger RNA vaccines, both of which require high level of cold. The Pfizer has to be extremely cold, dry ice cold, if you will, and the Moderna is much more traditional cold chain, like the other vaccines that we normally use. Both of them require shots a couple of weeks apart. One is 3 weeks and one I think is 2 weeks. I can't remember which is which, to be honest, off the top of my head, but they require 2 doses each to be effective. And both of those are scheduled to go for emergency approval on December 10th for the Pfizer vaccine, I believe, and December 17th for the Moderna vaccine. The AstraZeneca, which is not an mRNA, but is a chimp adenoid vaccine, is on a slightly more delayed time frame and has more questions around efficacy to be resolved before it gets as close to approval as the Pfizer and the Moderna are. But the ones that we're likely to see out of the gate for the first couple of tranches here are those 2 vaccines, and both of them are 2 shots that are either 3 or 2 weeks apart, depending on which one you get. Correct.
And so I think the role that the city can play is what are we doing to help our communities have faith that the vaccine works? And secondly, what are we doing to educate them to know that they have to be jabbed not just once but twice, and to come back for that second dose? Because if you get the first dose and then you forget or you change your mind and you don't follow through with the booster, then it's kind of a lost effort, right? And that's really my concern, because I don't remember the exact number, but I think nationwide the prevalence of flu shots any given year is only about hovering around 70%. And that's after decades and decades and decades of public health, pushing to get people to take the flu shot. And there's going to be a lot of question around the flu shot or the COVID shot this time. So I think that's the role that the city can definitely play. And we can just do it without even waiting for instructions from high on above. Kip, you asked a question, or you mentioned the difference between the 2 vaccines and the AstraZeneca one, the mRNA, and the, I guess I call it the viral vector. And you said something else, but I think we're talking about the same thing. One or two of them, 2 in production right now, as I understand it, lets encodes like mRNA into the human body and lets the body produce basically COVID spikes to train the body to detect it. So if there is COVID with the spike in you, it begins to attack it because it's familiar with it. I think the viral vector one is, I think, just injecting spikes basically into the human body, and so introducing it in that way. And I don't know if the science is still new, so there's no definitive results. But I guess what I'm really trying to drive at is, could it plausibly be that there are different effects or different reactions to these vaccines, meaning that some vaccines are better for different communities in terms of responsiveness to their human bodies?
Yeah, so I'll just take the general question, and I go for my guidance on this with Michael Osterholm, who's actually been tapped by Biden to be on his advisory campaign. So if you want to hear a really good podcast that goes into extreme depth on this, listen to the Osterholm podcast that goes on to this. But the way that he answered this in his podcast from yesterday is essentially part of the reason that we continue to look at other vaccines once we have 2 that we know are efficable is it may be that certain subgroups or subpopulations are more receptive or more appropriate for the other vaccines as we get farther on, so that and also the logistics of some of these may be easier. The other thing to remember is that this is not just a San Jose problem or a Santa Clara County problem or California problem or even a United States problem. This is a global pandemic. So we need mechanisms for vaccinating everybody. And again, having worked in places like Central Africa, where a cold chain is an extremely difficult thing to do, having a wider range of tools available to you in literally in different environments and for different populations can be very, very useful. So some of what we'll see as we go through is that we may have a different set of vaccines for different set of circumstances. I don't know enough about the AstraZeneca chimp adenoid vaccine to talk about it in depth. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a public health expert. But I do know that the first two in line are slated for approval after having gone through the full 3 trials, and that we should see several more that are approved. And again, the reason we want to do that is we want to have the full range of tools in the toolkit as we deal with this very deadly pandemic.
Yeah, and so I mean, we have no answers. I guess just one thing to ponder is if there is potentially different impacts on different biologies between the 3 vaccines, and potentially however many more vaccines get built out, we should try to prioritize that as well and direct those to the most effective vaccines to the communities that would receive them the most. And my last question has to do with rapid testing. I think a lot of people are looking at the vaccines as kind of a panacea, and I think you even said, all things going well by July of next year, we can be out of this. And I hope you're right.
After July of next year,
yeah.
I'll say.
But I don't know. I'm less optimistic, just given human nature and our fights over things like wearing masks and whether it's appropriate to ask people to stay home and whatnot. So people are going to do things, what they're going to do. But I feel like we're not doing enough with rapid testing, because we when you go and you take a COVID test, they do the swab and then you get the result in 7 days or so. And I think the rate of diagnosis is pretty good. Rapid testing, less good, but at least it gives you a kind of a sense of what the contagiousness is of a certain situation. And if we were able to purchase and deploy rapid tests, to schools or to, I don't know, sporting events or whatever else, I think gradually you can, in a contained way, take the swab, wait 20 minutes, and okay, you're clear. Go ahead and go watch the basketball game or whatever, or reopen schools in person learning instead of like the distance stuff. I think there's an application there that we're somehow missing, and I don't want to skip a step because everyone is looking forward to the vaccine and us being in a post-COVID world. I think we're going to have to live with this much longer. And so what are we as a city or as a county doing to potentially incorporate rapid testing more into some gradually opening up our economy again?
We've looked several times at rapid testing as the technologies have evolved and its applicability either to our workforce or use cases like school reopenings. And as we continue to study that, we'll continue to look at it. At this point, we don't think that the technology is there in a way that really helps us do what we need to do at scale. So it's something that we're considering. It's something we're in conversations with the County Office of Education around looking at different ways of testing, but this is, again, very complicated to do. And at this point, we don't have enough of a sense of what the right approach would be, and we don't want to just blunder out into it. So it's one of the things we're keeping our eye on. We've got some consultants on tap that help us look at this. And as the technology evolves, and frankly, as other people also experiment out with these kinds of approaches, we will try to learn and ideally be very rapid followers if we've got something that works and helps us do our job better. So I'll stop with that.
Thank you. And my last comment will just be, I was talking to somebody in Vietnam, and they had their first case recently after, I think, 3 months or so. And this entire time, the entire nation has only had not even 2,000 cases. And I don't know if I believe that, but that's the official number. So, but extremely low number. And I was asking them about what's going on over there. And the person said, I'm fine, but there's an F2 at my school. And I'm like, what's an F2? And they explained to me, there's this whole system of like, if you're infected with COVID, you're an F0. And if you have been in contact with somebody who's been infected, you're an F1. And then if you've encountered somebody who's encountered somebody who's been infected, you're an F2. And it just kind of blew my mind that they have this hierarchy of thinking. Of course, they're a totalitarian government and they shut things down more so that we, in a way that we would never do in America. But just this framework of thinking about, okay, there was an F0 today at the supermarket. Everybody who's been in a supermarket, like, just think about it, go get tested. And that level of awareness, we're what, 9-10 months into this now. and we in America still don't think along those lines about our degrees of separation from somebody who might have had it, and there's this lack of public consciousness, I feel. So I mean, that's not a question, this is a comment, but I know that other parts of the world are thinking along those lines, and I hope that that we here in the U.S. start thinking along those lines too, because I think that's the only way to really protect ourselves and our loved ones. So I'll yield with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carrasco, I see your hand's raised again.
Yeah, I'm going to make it very quick, Mayor, just because I appreciate many of the comments that Councilmember Dieppe just made, but one that just really struck me, the 1450 that he brought up regarding Monday's reports. You know, I've been keeping track because most of them, because San Jose is the largest city, are squarely centered in the city of San Jose, and we shouldn't, as the representatives of the city, lose track of it. I know that these are numbers that represent the entire county, but they are squarely being reported from the city of San Jose. And of course, the majority of those numbers come from those zip codes that were just presented to us from our own staff. Those are the majority of the numbers that are being reported. I want to be very clear on that. And I want to make sure that Councilmember Dieppe understands that a lot of them are also not just Latino, but they're coming in from our Vietnamese communities. And by the way, I just want to let you know, last Friday, 856, Saturday, 895, yesterday, I'm sorry, Sunday, 843. And they may not be all complete, but they were record numbers. They were in the 800s, and then Monday, 1450. And even if there was a lag, those numbers were in the 800s, nearing almost 1,000 Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And those were still they were still needing to be updated. So you're right, Councilmember Dieppe, they still had a lag, but still they were almost at 1,000 Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with a lag. So I just wanted to be very clear on that. And then the last thing I wanted to also mention, I just got a slide from the county. Gilroy Outlets, Westfield Shopping Center, Pacheco Pass Shopping Center, Stanford Shopping Center, the Great Mall, and Santana Row. In Gilroy, San Jose, Palo Alto, Milpitas, of course, those numbers of visitors have increased dramatically over the last 4 weeks. So I ask, this is a question, I guess, to you, Mayor, or to if our law enforcement officers are here, are we going to start enforcing the new updated county public health guidelines and state guidelines? Because I think now it's a matter of enforcement. People are congregating, they're not being safe. You know, I know that in my own district, I've not, you know, I've not demanded any enforcement, but when do we start enforcing more so than we have when we see that these numbers are going up? And the increase in numbers means an increase in deaths. And it may not be, you know, one-on-one or one-to-one, I should say, but we do know that an increase in positive tests will undoubtedly translate at some point to an increase in deaths. But what it will mean is that it will mean an increase on the stress that it will have on our health and hospital systems. And it will have an increase on our ICU beds, which is really the trigger that we're all terrified of seeing. And so right now we're under, by the way, the 15% capacity. So I know we're talking a lot about the vaccine rollout, but what I'm really concerned is about someone in my neighborhood or in, you know, any other neighborhood here in the city of San Jose having a heart attack and going to regional or going to VMC or O'Connor and not having a bed and losing a life because they have kidney failure or they have a heart attack or they end up getting in a horrible car accident and they don't have an ICU bed because they're filled with COVID cases. And that's really what we're very, very much concerned with. And so when do we start enforcement.
Before you jump in, if I could just thank Councilmember Carrasco. I mentioned the lag, but that wasn't to belittle or undermine the significance.
By
of
the way, Councilmember Diep, I'm really going to miss your mansplaining. I really am.
I just want to thank you for setting the record with the numbers. I didn't look at the Sunnyvale or whatnot, but at 1,400, I just didn't want us to overstate it. So if the significant number of that amount is in San Jose, I stand corrected, and I thank you for raising it.
Thank you.
Lee, did you want to address? I know we did have some fire department outreach prior to Thanksgiving to some retailers. I believe that's where Councilmember Carrasco's focus was. Is that right? The malls?
Well, those were the numbers I saw in the malls, but I'm seeing that in all kinds of neighborhoods. And, you know, I know we want to keep our businesses open, but we really have to start having that conversation. It's a difficult conversation. And maybe we need to talk to the businesses and say, hey, we need to talk about this.
Yeah, so, yeah, Mayor, I'm happy to jump in. I think we certainly did before Thanksgiving a lot of communications out to our business sector. I know fire had a little bit of capacity the week leading up to it and was out there at a few different places, as well as our EPIO and business branch, just talking about the capacity and looking over how our largest shopping centers were functioning. With the new county order, it severely, as Kip went over, it severely limits capacity. And so our work over the past few weeks has been mostly about educating that enforcement question, whether we choose to step in to that with our business community or not, I think, quite frankly, is really dependent on getting that information of existing compliance violations out of the county to really understand where the violations are occurring in our community. And so that we, as a city manager's office and EOC, along with code, fire, or PD, can resource it appropriately and put the right resources to what the problem is. Because while capacity at some of those shopping malls, or, you know, more people going because of the holiday certainly is scary, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a violation at this point. And so I think we'd be looking to get that data to inform how we were going to enforce and how we were going to change our education with our business community.
Thank you, Lee. I just think that if we don't involve the businesses in this it's a difficult conversation. We already had the conversation about economic recovery and how our businesses are really struggling. And I get that. I've been having that conversation with our businesses. So I get that. But I've gone to Santana Row myself to walk around with the kids, and I've had to leave because there is no social distancing. I've had to leave certain areas when I've seen that, and this was before this new order, of course. So I haven't left my house since this new order went in place. So I don't know if now things have changed, but these numbers were of the past 4 weeks. And so it's, you know, you have to put, 1 + 1 is 2. And you have to start counting backwards when you look at the spike in the numbers. This is the easiest way to look at the way that this pandemic works, right? We've all started to do that kind of backwards calendaring. And so when we look at this spike, we start to go backwards, and so it begs the question. And so I just think that this is the next step in how we start to control the numbers, is having these conversations. And of course, Councilmember Perales, I don't want to take any more time. I think that this is something that we have to take offline and have a deeper dive in terms of how we involve our businesses in this discussion. And of course, Councilmember Perales is heading up the Small Business Task Force. It's more related downtown, of course, but I think this is a bigger discussion that we're all going to have. I know Councilmember Esparza has her row of businesses in her district. I have mine in my district, but when I look at those numbers and they've increased, it's very dramatic. very dramatic in terms of how many visitors are going to those shopping malls and how they're congregating. So I just think, Mayor, we can't ignore where the congregations are taking place. And with that, the last thing I'm going to say is in a few days, we're going to have one of the largest religious pilgrimage in the Latino, not Latino, but the Mexican, well, Latino, but especially the Mexican Catholic celebration, which is the celebration of Our Lady. 10,000 congregants pilgrimage to the streets every year, and we have to have a conversation about, do we block off the streets? Do we send out enforcement? How do we keep our neighborhoods safe? Do you have a conversation with the bishop? This can't happen. So I'll have that conversation offline, but this is where political will has to reign over tradition, unfortunately. For only the 5th time in the last 500 years, La Basílica de México has shut its doors down. For only the 5th time in 500 years has it shut its doors down. So I just want to be able to say that, because we're going to have to take some decisive action on the east side of San Jose.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. There are 2 things. I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Carrasco's comments and actually suggest that another joint city-county meeting in the future for that to be scheduled, because I think some of the issues that we're delving into, things are going to be changing. We're going to, a few weeks from now, we're going to be reeling from all the COVID deaths, as the public health officer has reminded us all. So we're at the beginning of this. We're still going to go through a lot of personal pain and economic pain in the coming weeks, and then have some different decisions and landscapes that we need to work in. And so I think issues like Councilmember Carrasco just brought up, the business community is sort of, it's our area of expertise, and the city has the strongest relationships there. And I think it would behoove us to include that in a joint meeting, whether it's in January or some other time. I'll leave that to the city manager and the mayor. I know you speak several times a week with your counterparts at the county. And there was another thing that I wanted to ask was, thank you, Councilmember Carrasco, for reminding me, because so far we're talking about hospital beds. You know, we've said many times, you know, better, you know, if you, God forbid, have a stroke or a heart attack, you know, we're trusting that there will be a bed for you or your loved one. And now we're at the point where that may not be available. And I wanted to back up a little bit from that, which is our own staffing here at the city, particularly as it relates to public safety. Where are we at, particularly with police and fire? And are we, how are we planning in the coming weeks, given the fact that we're on a steep, what did you call it, Kip? A steep slope? I mean, I don't think we're at a slope. I think we're at an upward line at this point. And we're going to be facing a huge increase, another huge increase in cases. We're going to have deaths. How are we planning, particularly as it relates to public safety, our dispatchers in our city?
I don't know if either of the chiefs are on, so I would let them speak to their pieces more directly. But I think at the EOC level, a couple of things that we're doing are, again, as I said, reviewing all of our protocols, making sure that things like dispatch can continue safely. I did have a conversation, extensive conversation with Chief Sapian around if we got strained, the need to review protocols to make sure that we could recall enough people. But those both of those, Dave, maybe you want to speak to this from your level, but from the EOC, we are again reviewing those codes of safe practices to make sure that we can keep both our police, fire, and other emergency responders safe.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd add is we're keeping close track of the welfare of our staff. We'll admit that there's an uptick. Whereas Kip mentioned, we're trying to reinforce the rules that we work under to try and keep all of our staff safe. I think at this point we're certainly not close to the point where we're going to get to a point where we can't maintain services. But certainly if we were to get to that point, we'd have to make adjustments in our service delivery.
And how will we communicate that to residents? Because I think, people are tired, people are reeling from the latest news where we know that where the news is going to get worse. And, Sarah Cody has been pretty upfront about that we can expect more bad news, that it's going to get worse before it gets better. And how are we communicating to residents, particularly in the context of stay home, right? Do you really need to do these things? To Councilmember Carrasco's point, here we are at a huge tipping point in our city and county. How are we messaging that to folks so they really understand the seriousness of where we're at? That firefighter or that police officer, or that dispatcher that you think is always going to be there, that wait may be longer than what you're used to.
Yeah, this is why we are doing a very intensive campaign. A lot of it will be amplifying and echoing some of the language of the county, but I also think, again, we're going to look at influencers and people who speak the language and who are credible within their communities to reinforce that. Because, it's been so long at this point, and that we all are tired and we're like, when will it end? We have the duality right now of we do have the vaccine campaign, but that's only helpful if you're alive, right? So this is the moment for one last final sacrifice of making sure you stay at home so that we give this virus the strong, sharp shock over the next month that we need to get it under control. We're going to be putting that message out in every way that we know how, every language that we can speak and articulate, and with as many people like you on the council, amplifying that, using your own messages. Again, I think it might have been. I won't attribute the quote because I might get it wrong. But what we were afraid of back in March is what's happening now, right? And we were able to tamp it down in March. We were able to tamp it down in June, but this is the worst. And so, what I would take as feedback, and translating, Lee and I are translating to direction, is that we are pulling out all the stops on the communication front, engagement front, and making sure that we are very, very deadly serious about getting this message out to everybody who needs to hear it.
What would be the timing of that? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, so when it comes to the city organization, we actually had a message prepared to go to all staff last week when we recognized the county was going to be changing the rules. So we pulled back on that. We will be following up on that. As we're all been meeting today, we sent out a message to all senior staff, making sure senior staff understand the expectations about what the stay-at-home orders mean for us and our community. So as Kip said, we're working on all fronts here.
And what's the timing on that again? Did I miss that? Did you say of the messaging, the campaign?
Ongoing. Part of what we didn't want to do is get in conflict with the county's messaging on the orders. They're pretty complex and nuanced. And so we've refocused our entire communications team and their strategic planning to this as their top priority. We began meeting last week. We met over the weekend on this and have been meeting into the evenings as part of the up tempo on it. And we are starting right now full bore to get it out. Again, we wanted to make sure that we weren't contradicting the county or in conflict with their messaging, but we are on that right now, and you should be starting to see more and more tools. We'd be also open to feedback from you and your offices on what would be helpful, and we'll be generating specific materials as well to supplement what the county does.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? I just had a couple myself. First, Kip, forgive me, or Lee, if you already said this, but the vaccine community stakeholders working group that the county's forming, is that already formed? Have they already named all the folks, or is that still TBD?
My understanding is they formed it and they had an initial meeting, and that group continues to grow. And so it's north of about 55 different organizations throughout the county right now.
Okay, but at this point, cities are not identified as part of that.
Yeah, individual cities have not been identified yet. The Santa Clara County Cities Association is represented on the committee.
Got it. Okay, and I understand obviously representing more than half the population, why we probably want to be engaged directly. I do want to encourage folks to take a look at the county plan on vaccination. It is public, and maybe if I could ask Lee or Kip, if you wouldn't mind sending it around. It's,
yeah, we can send
I know
it.
it's been posted by several media organizations. And this is a pretty quick read. And then they also have attached to the back of it, I think, after action report on their influenza vaccination effort, which I think is instructive. And obviously it's helped them prepare and understand how best to communicate to a diverse community and ensure that they could reach as many folks where they are. You know, I'll just read briefly on page 10, because I think it addresses at least some of the concern raised by Councilmember Jimenez and several of my colleagues, but I understand there's a lot more conversation to have here. But the question is from the state, and this is basically a Q&A with the state that the county has to submit, Department of Public Health. The question is, with an eye to equitable distribution, how do you plan on reaching other populations that need vaccinations in subsequent phases? And I think by subsequent, they're referring to everything after phase A1 or 1A. And maybe Kip or Lee, you can help us understand. 1A, I believe, is healthcare providers and emergency responders. Is that right?
Yes, and it's been amended just recently to include long-term care residents by a 13-to-1 vote of the committee at the CDC that does that. So slight change in that. If you're looking at old language, it will not include long-term care residents, but phase 1A now includes that, as well as medical first responders and healthcare providers.
Okay, so we be a ways in terms of deployment to where we're going to get to populations beyond 1A. It sounds like, because we don't even in this first tranche be able to reach all of our healthcare providers. So it's, we got a lot of work to do. That is, the industry does, and the federal government, if the federal government were leaning in on this. Anyway, the response from the county, I'll just read very quickly. We plan to reach populations needing vaccinations in subsequent phases with the support of promotores, community leaders, influencers, and members of the COVID-19 vaccine community stakeholders working group. Our community partners serve the invaluable role of being trusted community messengers. In this capacity, we'll collaborate with our partners to help disseminate timely and accurate information about the vaccine, develop tailored vaccine outreach and education materials, help instill trust in the vaccine and promote vaccine uptake in communities disproportionately affected by COVID-19. The role of community messengers and partners was critical to increasing COVID-19 testing in our jurisdiction, and we plan to apply those approaches to help promote uptake of COVID-19 vaccine. So I just want everyone, I know everyone knows this, that the county understands this, they're acknowledging it. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do between concept and implementation, but clearly this is, I think, top of mind for the county, and I know everyone's trying their very best right now. I do want to ask a bit about some changes in protocols. I understand a recent change in protocol may affect our fire staffing, and I'm not sure if that's a state or county protocol, but I know it's creating some strain and stress. And I'm just wondering if there is an opportunity for ongoing conversation there, or is that a final edict that we're simply tasked with trying to wrestle with?
I'm sorry, I'm missing the reference. Which protocol?
On fire staffing, where there's been exposure or potential exposure.
Yeah,
potential exposure.
Yeah, there's a series of federal and state and county guidance on that, and fire is involved in the working group at across the fire services that work on that protocol. At this point, again, in my last conversation last night with Chief Sapien, we are able to work within that protocol. if we feel like it becomes an issue, we may look at a modification of that protocol to allow people to come back sooner if they've been quarantined for a shorter period of time or tested. But at this point, we're able to work effectively within the protocol.
Okay.
If you're talking about also the quarantine, we have exceptions for on the commute for the 150 radius, and we're able to do select exceptions to that to make sure that people who have a longer commute or public safety folks are not caught up in that quarantine. So we've been able to clarify and work through that appropriately.
Okay, fair enough. Happy to talk more offline. Just want to know if this is something that we need to advance in any way in our conversations. Really appreciate the presentation and the discussion about job training and the work that Goodwill's doing in particular. I had an opportunity to go out to the Goodwill site about a week ago and talk to a few of the folks who were in HVAC and electrical training. Several of them had been recently homeless. Several of them had been recently released from custody. It was frankly very inspiring to listen to several of the students, I should say students, because they're in these classes, they're taking classes outdoors in very cold air, and they're there starting at 7 or 7:30 in the morning and bundled up to engage in this effort to try to, get back on their feet. And, it was, mostly men. I think there was one woman in one of the classes who spoke up, and she talked a little bit about her experience in overcoming addiction. And, I'm not sure if there was a dry eye in the group, and it was mostly men. It was really very, very inspiring. And I'm grateful for the work that we're doing with Goodwill and the investment that we've made. So Jeff, thank you for that partnership. And I hope we will continue and deepen it. I wanted to ask about the wastewater pilot and really want to give kudos to you, Kip, and as well to, I believe, the expert over at our wastewater team, is it Payal Sakar, is that right?
Yes.
And all the partners who've been involved in that. I think, I know we've been wrestling with these concepts for a while, and this is an ongoing pilot we've tested. It seems to me the most valuable part of this may be ahead. And by that, I mean, as we're starting to distribute the vaccine and starting to understand if we really are seeing contagion levels drop significantly with distribution, because I'm sure that's going to inform us in a way that probably no other city in the country can be informed. Are we partnering with larger sort of like universities that can help us understand that going forward? Did you mention Stanford? I couldn't remember.
Yeah, Stanford is the academic partner on this. They're crunching the numbers and doing the research and making sure that everything that we're supplying to them is cranked into their research model. So we've got a very, very, very strong academic partner there. And they are, of course, making these findings more widely available as well. But yes, you're right. This will be a great indicator on where we are in virus transmission as we get into the vaccine campaigns and having a sense of whether what level of risk we are, because a lot of the risk is determined by how many people you might bump into who are infected, and this will give us a very good number on that.
Great. Thanks, Kip. Okay. Well, I know we've got a lot of items on the calendar, so let's move forward then. Thank you, Kip, Lee, and everybody in the EOC for your hard work. All right. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Are there any items that council would like to pull from consent? I'm not seeing, Councilmember Esparza?
Just a clarification, we deferred 2.8, right? So that's it. Okay, never mind. I just got reassured.
That was deferred 1 week, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Any other items to be pulled? Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
And we'll go to the public here. Mr. Beekman.
All right, thank you. With the very good practices of open, accountable, democratic practices of a community, I feel ideas can develop of both a strong mayor and a strong city council representational process. From this, I hope I can speak today that a process also needs to develop for all city commissions of San Jose to consider the ideas of better public input and review. And the overall need for local communities to always be considering how established traditions can work towards creative ideas and steps for an overall better public process. What are your thoughts of video public meeting minutes or simple written minutes of San Jose Commission meetings to eventually be made available to the everyday public? Thank you. I have one other item hopefully I can quickly talk about here, and that is, if I can find it, but things are going quickly. Boy, I can't seem to find it. I am just not together today. Very sorry. From the beautiful San Jose study sessions on Friday, I hope the new fireworks ordinance and its possible eventual use of surveillance tech and ticketing people does not move into homelessness issues and trash issues or into other city government projects at this time. Dumpster Day can be a way for all parts of the neighborhood and community to connect and to get to know each other better. In this COVID-19, can a city app be created for better overall communication between local neighborhood folks and homes and neighborhoods and neighbors who are maybe houseless? And to quickly offer, I hope the practice of has ended of using art funds to pay for new surveillance technology within the city. My apologies if these words are inaccurate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on the motion, I just wanted to say in passing on item 2.14, big thank you to all the women and men in groundworks who work so hard in our downtown, and to property owners who continue to pay these assessments despite this very dire economic period. It's important that everybody continues pushing forward, and I'm grateful they're still doing it. All right, let's vote on the consent calendar.
Inez,
Yes.
Alice,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Chemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. 3.3 is the annual performance review of Team San Jose and Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Good afternoon, Joe Roy, City Auditor. I'm here to present our annual performance review for Team San Jose for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. I'm joined by Carolyn Worden from my office, as well as Carrie Adams-Hapner from the Office of Cultural Affairs. Representatives from Team San Jose are here also. So since 2004, the San Jose McHenry Convention Center and several other city-owned facilities have been operated on the city's behalf by Team San Jose. And additionally, since 2009, the organization has operated the San Jose Convention and Visitors Bureau. Under the terms of the management agreements between the city and Team San Jose, an annual performance audit by the city auditor's office is required to determine whether and how well the Team San Jose achieved agreed upon performance targets that are the basis for an incentive payment, which is in addition to the regular management fee that the city pays Team San Jose. The incentive payment for fiscal year 1920 would be $250,000 if Team San Jose met its performance goals. Performance areas within the agreement include gross operating results, which accounts for 40% of the incentive score, hotel room nights booked, which accounts for 20% of the incentive score, estimated economic impact based on an estimate of average daily spending rates by event attendees, which accounts for 20% of the score, and finally, theater occupancy and customer satisfaction, which each account for 10% of the final incentive score. Before we get to the results, I do want to talk about the impact of COVID-19 on Team San Jose and the operations of the various cultural facilities. As you know, the various facilities were closed for normal operations in response to the county health orders to limit the spread of COVID-19, and all events post March 16th, 2020 were canceled. This had a huge impact on Team San Jose's ability to hit their performance targets under the agreement. That being said, the management agreement does allow for adjustments to the performance targets if hotel tax revenues change by 15% compared to what was expected in the adopted operating budget. If that occurs, the targets can be adjusted commensurate with the change in the hotel tax revenues. So as a result, we adjusted the performance targets that are in the agreement downward by 37%, which is how much hotel tax revenues came in under what had been budgeted. And again, actually the targets are not in the agreement, they're agreed upon during the budget process. Saying that, however, we did find that Team San Jose still did not meet its overall weighted incentive fee score. Team San Jose did meet its target for 4 of the 5 agreed upon performance targets as adjusted for the decline in hotel tax revenues. Team San Jose booked over 100,000 hotel room nights, had an estimated economic impact of $62.7 million, held 369 days of events at the cultural facilities, and received 98% satisfaction ratings on its customer service surveys. However, it fell short on gross operating results, and because that accounts for 40% of the total weighted incentive score, Team San Jose was unable to meet its overall performance target and thus did not qualify for the annual management incentive fee. The shortfall in the gross operating results measure, again, is primarily a result of the COVID-19 impacts on operations. Operating revenues were down 44% from the prior year, and we note in the report that many large events that had been scheduled for the spring of 2020 were canceled, including events by Facebook, Apple, and other organizations. I'd also like to note that the city inadvertently overpaid the incentive fee last year for Team San Jose's 2018-19 performance by $50,000, and I believe the administration will talk about how they intend to address that in their comments. With that, I ask that you accept our report. I'd like to thank Team San Jose, the City Manager's Office, or the Office of Economic Development's Office of Cultural Affairs, and the City's Budget Office for their insight and cooperation during this audit. We are happy to answer questions, and I believe the administration has a few words first. And again, representatives from Team San Jose are here as well to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, thank you, Joe. This is Carrie Adams Hapner. I'm the Director of the Office of Cultural Affairs and a Deputy Director of Economic Development. I want to also acknowledge that we have John LaFortune, who is the COO of Team San Jose, as well as Ihab Sabri, the CFO, and Ben Roschke, a Vice President at Team San Jose. Also, I want to let you know that Jim Shannon, who's our budget director, is also on this meeting Zoom call as well, in case there are any additional questions. I just want to take an opportunity to thank the city auditor, Joseph, and your team, Carolyn, who did a really outstanding job, and this type of work really reflects the good work of your office. So thank you for that. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Team San Jose and its board and its leadership, all of its employees for what, as we all know, has been a very difficult year. That's been comprised of the passing of its CEO, but also very extensive layoffs, as well as cancellations of very important high-profile events. And so this has been a difficult year for that organization on many fronts. But up until COVID, I just want to acknowledge that Team San Jose is what I would describe as probably the envy of the convention center management operating world, and that up until COVID, it had a really extensive, very successful track record of really garnering very high profile global events at the convention center. And it was on track to exceed all of their targets up until that point. And I want to let the council know that the city administration, including the budget staff and the finance team, are working very closely with Team San Jose and its leadership to ensure that it is balancing its budget through this pandemic and ensuring that it is ready and prepared to reactivate when gatherings are allowable. And we really want to retain that enviable global position. And I want to also take this moment to really address the 18-19 incentive fee overpayment. And this was due to how the adopted budget was set in fiscal year 1920. And I just want to explain for context that Team San Jose has a 5-year agreement with the city with 2 5-year options to extend, in which each 5-year term, the incentive fee goes up by an additional $50,000. So for the first 5 years of this term, this incentive fee was $200,000. And then in fiscal year 1920, it goes up to $250,000. And so the 1920 adopted budget was loaded for the 1920 contract year
versus the 18-19 performance year. So I just want to acknowledge that, and I want to thank the city auditor for very correctly identifying this, as we all across this organization take our fiduciary responsibility very seriously. And Team San Jose is aware of this and how it came to pass and understands this. And I also just want to acknowledge that Jim Shannon is here if there's any additional questions related to this particular issue. Also, I want to let you know that at the CDC meeting where this report was also presented, we had discussed with the committee that the administration would be making a recommendation for a one-time incentive payment adjusted for this overpayment, but that would also be kind of retroactive related to their work up until March 1st. However, the city has subsequently received updated independent fiscal year 2021 TOT projections. And we're also considering Team San Jose's operating costs and the ongoing public health orders. And so with that, the city administration does not view it as responsible to move forward with that recommendation at this time. And we have spoken to Team San Jose's leadership about this. And the budget office will be addressing the $50,000 overpayment and the updated TOT projections as part of the mid-year budget process that will come to the full council in the winter. So in conclusion, I just wanted to thank the auditor's team and Team San Jose for their excellent performance and your partnership throughout this past year. So with that, I'll open it up for any additional questions for the administration or the auditor's team. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, and thank you, Joe. I just had one question. I understand how and why we would retroactively adjust targets for the canceled conventions post-pandemic, but as you all know, convention centers rely on forward planning 2 to 4 years out for events and conventions, and I'm venturing to guess this year's completely washed out. I mean, this fiscal year, I assume all the way through July. Maybe if we're really lucky and we all get vaccinated quickly, we might see some events, but I'm guessing we won't. And then all the planning that's required for these, that means we're going to have several years ahead that'll be really thin. What are we thinking about in terms of how we do evaluations going forward? Do we just waive this for a year and say, let's stop wasting our time on this as long as we don't have a functioning convention center?
I think that's an answer from me, Mayor. And so I'll respond and let others respond if they wanted to add to this. For this fiscal year, for the fiscal year 18-19, which we're addressing right now, that's what
I'm sorry, no.
report
okay.
based on. We're not recommending a retroactive adjustment.
Yeah.
But I think you bring some very good, important points to light about how we're going to address fiscal year 19-20, as well as our development of our targets for fiscal year 21-22. Those targets will be presented to the full council as part of the budget process, as part of an MBA, which will come to the council in late May or early June.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, we'll entertain a motion then.
Motion to approve the staff report.
Okay, I don't have any raised hands in the public. There was a second, wasn't there?
I didn't hear a second. Thank you.
Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Barza,
Yes.
Arenas, I'll move on. Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Licardo,
Aye.
going back to Arenas. Absent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Item 3.5 is the fiscal recovery update and appropriation actions to continue the city's COVID-19 pandemic response. There is a presentation. I see Jim lurking somewhere on the screen. There he is.
Mayor, it's Lee Wilcox, Chief of Staff for the City Manager's Office and Emergency Operations Center Co-Director with KIP, and I'll be starting us off today. And
Sorry, Lee, you want to flip your screen?
is that the way? Yes, I do want to.
I thought so.
That's why Jim's lurking.
It's like the sharing your screen is like the worst when it comes to that.
We've all
Oh, you
done
lost it, Rochambeau.
All right, does that work?
Yeah, we
good.
got it.
Rookie mistake. So joining me is Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director, and Julia Cooper, our Finance Director, and Lou Scofese Howe, the Assistant Finance Director, and also our Recovery Section and Finance Section Recovery Coordinator, and the Emergency Operations Center is here for any questions as well. Since the shelter-in-place order by the County of Santa Clara took place in March of this past year, the city has allocated significant resources and focus to the city's COVID-19 response. The city's COVID-19 roadmap continues to drive our efforts in the Emergency Operations Center and has provided our framework for the recommendations that are in front of you today. The EOC's finance and recovery sections have continued tracking expenditures across all 16 different sources within the Emergency Operations Center and by appropriation to help inform the recommendations in front of you today. The recommendations ensure that all of our coronavirus relief funding as a part of the CARES Act are fully expended by December 30th of this year. These recommendations in front of you today also allow services to continue without interruption into the new year and also ensure that the administration can act quickly with our contractual obligations through the end of the year. As stated, our roadmap for the epidemic has provided our framework for the actions. Because of our uncertain funding landscape in front of us, our recommendations are narrowly focused on this roadmap, ensuring that we can continue to communicate with all of our community to ensure compliance with the public health order, continuing to purchase PPE so that we can provide essential services to our residents, and most importantly, continue to feed and house our most at-risk populations within the city of San Jose. The recommendations and how we plan to do this, I'm going to hand that over to Jim Shannon to walk you through the process.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jim Shannon, the City's Budget Director. So we put together here a COVID-19 funding strategy that I'll walk through briefly, but is covered more extensively in the memo for this item. And just want to start off to say that our approach, continues to be that the strategic use of external funding and maximizing our leverage of that to fund our response activities. We want to be allocating the resources in accordance with the roadmap that we just had up there. And we want to be careful to make sure that the eligible costs are associated with the correct funding sources. So that's the approach that we've taken through this whole process, and we'll continue to, even beyond the expiration of CARES Act funding. But because the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is authorized by the CARES Act, has to be spent by December 30th, we need to take some actions to make sure we spend all of that money, and then we put some funding in place to the extent that we can to continue those response efforts that were funded by the Coronavirus Relief Fund for the next 6 months, although on a very limited basis. And so kind of in three sort of steps here. So one, we want to make sure that we spend all of that coronavirus relief funding by the end of December. So we have actions there to facilitate that. And then what we want to do is we want to recognize that there are departmental staff that would normally have been budgeted to different activities in the general fund that have been redeployed to EOC response activities and or support public safety efforts that are that those costs already been charged to the coronavirus relief fund. So we want to recognize those general fund savings. And we're also looking to cash in the remaining amount of that 2021 continuity of operations reserve that we established back in the adopted budget to help us out through situations like this where we needed additional funding to continue essential city services and or shore up emergency relief funding. And so that's what we're doing in that last box there, is sort of gathering together all of those available resources and prioritize that spending in accordance with what the roadmap has. And so in the next slide, just a little bit more detail there. So the first step here is making sure that we spend all of those CRF proceeds by the end of December. And so kind of like three types of adjustments is maybe the way to think about it. There are some adjustments that we make where we're reducing the budget in the CRF, but it's not saying that their need is less or we're going to do less. It's just saying we can't spend all that money by the end of December. That need is going to continue on into January and beyond. And we're recommending the continuation of that funding with the general fund resources in the next slide. Then we do have a host of other adjustments due to a combination of scope modifications based on a reevaluation of the level of need as well as the timing constraints. So, we were last before you back on September 22nd. So we've had about 60 days or so to sort of reassess some of those things and just be real with what we're able to accomplish and how the need has changed. So we have a few recommendations there that do some shifting of funding around. And then to make sure that we do spend all of our CRF funding, we are recommending an increase of the personal services appropriation in the CRF fund to go up from $10 million to $24.8 million. So that means that of all the sort of staff response costs that we have, we're allocating $24.8 million to the coronavirus relief fund. Of that $24.8 million amount, we're estimating that about $18.5 million will result in departmental savings within the general fund that then we can redeploy for the next 6 months. And we show that there on the next slide. Where, so here are sort of the last two steps here. So we've got our departmental savings, we're estimating at about $18.5 million. So that's reducing the current department's budget based on what we're expecting to charge over to the coronavirus relief fund. And then we're cashing in the rest of that 2021 continuity of operations reserve. So that used to be at 25 million when we established that with the adopted budget. We used $11 million of that back in September to help fund some of our digital inclusion work, our remote work facilitation, and our Beautify San Jose efforts. So we have $14 million remaining. So when you add the two of those together, we've got $32.5 million we've been able to sort of cobble together here to continue some of the funding that the CRF had been funding for us. And so it's been prioritized in accordance with the roadmap that we had up there a little bit ago. The large majority, as you can see there under item 3, is food and necessities of about $18 million. That roughly continues the same level of funding that we are anticipating for July through December, a little bit lower levels with the assumption that maybe demand drops off a bit as we get into the later spring months. We're going to continue to really monitor that because that's obviously one of our highest priority needs there. $8.8 million for local assistance funding. So this is really the continuation of the original allocation in the coronavirus relief fund that couldn't all be spent by the end of December. So we're going to carry that forward, making sure that we can continue those funding obligations, plus a bit more in recognition of the additional sort of childcare and rock and learn services that will be needed with the revised public health orders. We've got about $2 million for FEMA local match that we expect to need for those costs that have not yet been obligated by FEMA, but we expect to over these next 6 months. So that's about $2 million. That's mostly also related to food and to PP&E. We call it FEMA local match because it's supporting those costs that are carried elsewhere, but primarily those are for food and PPE support. We've got $1.5 million for Beautify, SJ, illegal dumping, and homeless trash encampment services. This 1.5 plus the $3 million that we allocated back in September, plus another $500,000 that's in some federal funding, kind of gives $5 million for the Beautify San Jose team to kind of continue on with their current service level that they're still iterating on, as you heard, last Friday, but kind of continues that same level of effort through the end of June. We've got some amount for facilities improvement there of $1 million. That total cost has come down quite a bit. About $500,000 for PPE and disinfection, $500,000 to continue to make sure we have the right level of expertise and planning support to make sure we're maximizing both our response activities and fiscal recovery. And then we've got some money, $200,000 to continue the communication and translation efforts as we continue throughout the year. So that's in a quick nutshell is what that long memo is getting at. to make sure that we can at least have some level of funding to continue serving our most vulnerable residents. And so I'm going to turn it back over, I think, to Lee for the last couple of slides.
Thanks, Jim. And as mentioned during 3.1, the fiscal and the fiscal landscape for us at a federal level and a state level is shifting sometimes daily. And I do think at some point in the new year, once we better understand where we stand and legislatively with Congress and what the White House is proposing, as well as what the governor's proposing in his new budget, we'll be able to wrap this up and do something much more robust. But for the time being, as Jim went over, we are addressing the minimal basic services and carrying that money forward into the new year to meet our most basic needs, given that the scenario is somewhat unclear for us. On a federal side, as we reported out, I believe last week quickly, on December 1st, a group of bipartisan senators did release over a $900 billion stimulus package. And Speaker Pelosi said that they would also support that proposal, as well as the president-elect saying that the proposal was a good down payment for the beginning of what the economy and our residents throughout the country needed. On the Republican side, President Trump did say that he would sign the bipartisan package at the time of its initial introduction. However, Senate Majority Leader McConnell has floated a much smaller idea, which is up here on the slide, deemed the Senate Republican package, which is somewhat smaller and also does not include any additional funding for the coronavirus relief funding, which is the state and local government assistance that we've received. However, it does move our deadline further out, which is not needed for us today given these actions. The slides show the differences. Given that the pandemic is worsening and negatively impacting our economic recovery and financial support, the fact that there's actual proposals on the table is a good sign, and it's been movement. However, I would note that Senate Majority Leader McConnell and the bipartisan Senate package are far away, and both have expressed strong opposition specifically to two pieces, one being the state and local government funding assistance, as well as additional lawsuit limitations for businesses related to COVID-19 impacts. We just heard a few minutes ago that it sounds like the Senate Majority Leader might be floating a new package that leaves out the business liability protections, as well as the state and local government funding assistance, since those are the two things the parties can't agree on, and moves everything else forward to hopefully get done during the lame duck session of Congress. And while that would be no additional funding for us in the near term, as you can see, there are several dollars that would help bridge some of the gaps that we spoke about during 3.1. On the state side, the picture is a little better at a state level, with the Legislative Analyst's Office citing better projections that they had anticipated. Actually coming out with forecasting around $26 billion of a one-time surplus. And again, I do want to say that is a one-time surplus, and that is really accounted, according to the Legislative Analyst's Office, with the progressive tax nature in California and medium to high income families' spending habits still being fairly strong, based off of that not happening in the projection. So they had not projected that in the budget projections previously, but that is the trending that the Legislative Analyst's Office is saying. We're likely to understand what the priorities of this surplus will be when the governor releases his budget in January. And what we've heard thus far from our own legislative advocacy firm, Cruz and Associates, is that it's going to be focused on COVID response and vaccine distribution wholeheartedly, as well as, if there's money and additional funding left over, continuing to focus on homelessness, economic recovery, and climate reform. So we will do our best over the month of December and early into the new year, the Intergovernmental Relations team, to keep you all informed of the federal and state negotiations. If additional funding is made available, we will return to council with recommendations for additional appropriations around our response and economic recovery. But again, that's unlikely to happen until sometime in late January or February. And with that, Jim and I are available for any questions you have, Council.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Lee. Let's go to the community first and ask if there are any questions on this item. This is, of course, item 3.5 relating to budgetary reallocations. Wendy Mahaney, excuse me, Guruhu, please forgive me, Wendy, I've just butchered your name twice.
Thank you. You did a great job. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, council members, city staff. I'm Wendy Mahaney Guruhu, Interim Chief of Early Learning at First Five, representing our CEO, Jolene Smith. First, I want to thank you all for your investment in the city's family childcare home providers, small businesses. The efforts led by Councilmember Arenas and Esparza and the budget memo investments by Mayor Liccardo has been put to good use. 356 family childcare providers in the city applied and qualified for these one-time stabilization funds. We have exceeded our goals together, which is great, but also leaves us with 26 providers who qualify, but we are short on stabilization dollars to fund them. As you act today to rebalance your investments, we highly encourage you set aside $260,000, which would allow you to fund every single family childcare home provider, small business in the city who applied. What a success story that would be in these difficult times. We have received so many letters of gratitude from your providers. So on behalf of all of them, we at First Five want to deeply express our gratitude to all of you for this meaningful work.
Thank you. Blair Bateman.
Hi, thank you. Oh my gosh, it's doing to me again. I'm having problems with my Gmail today. I don't know what's going on. Okay, here we go. To try to offer familiar words, tenant eviction issues and new recession issues will be looming in January 2021. We need to be open to new federal funding ideas and how to better develop state of California ideas and funding mechanisms as well. It is these good efforts that can help buoy the economy for the next few years. We will need to learn to expand AB 3088 this January more to its initial housing forgiveness ideas and guarantees. The incredibly good efforts of assembly persons like David Chu and Ash Kawa this past summer were the ideas of packages of community help for tenants, small business owners, apartment owners, and local landowners alike. I think these are the ways that can more simply consider our human creativity, humanity, and life in local neighborhoods, and keep people from fighting, suing, going to court, and even hurting themselves. As I personally feel, it must be considered that COVID-19 is a condition born at the international level and is not the fault of the everyday people of a community. And therefore, everyday people should not be held responsible for the debt burden created by COVID-19. It is understanding these sorts of concepts collectively that is compassionate, logical, and helpful at this time. Again, to offer, Alameda County simply has a good perspective how to understand the future of state funding ideas and then explain this to its communities in honest, straightforward terms. This helps avoid unnecessary harm and hardship for everyday community who can be more unsure of these sorts of things. And to also note, at this time, schools may not be able to open until the fall of 2021. Thank you for your efforts. The words of Councilperson Carrasco were great earlier today. We got to consider, the debt burden issues are not the fault of everyday people, and let's work to good practices from that. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140. Sir, I believe your phone is muted. We're not able to hear you right now. So we're still not able to hear you. If you're trying to talk, your phone appears to be muted. I believe you need to push *6. Okay. We'll move back then to the council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the Beautify SJ budget item. I know we gave $3 million for 3 months of work, and this budget for 6 months has $1.5 million. I don't know if the startup costs of that program cost about 1.5 million, or I guess I just want to really make sure that the level of service that we are ramping up toward about the report that we got on Friday is able to be maintained for those next 6 months of the last half of the fiscal year. I don't know who can answer that question, Jim or Lee or Kip or.
I will start if because I know I was texting those guys the morning before to make sure we had them covered. So the $3 million allocation that we did back in September, got the ball rolling. That's still going to be available mostly to carry us through into the next 6 months with the additional $1.5 million that we're providing here. And then there's another $500,000 in federal housing funding that has been allocated to help with the homeless encampment trash services. So they have about a $5 million working budget that they feel should get them there through the end of June, and that's how I understand it. I'm happy to be provide more detail if I missed something though.
I think you're right, Jim.
So does that mean we'll be able to, because we're dealing with a backlog still and standing up a regular service program. So I just want to make sure we're going to be able to keep up with that. Is that what you're telling me? $5 million is enough for 8 months to deal with the backlog and to continue the service through the end of the fiscal year?
Yes, that is my understanding, and it will also be, I think it doesn't just end in June. So I think we're also working to see, what that model looks like on a going forward basis with the next budget cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. You anticipated my question. Councilmember Kemmis?
Thank you, Mayor, and I thank you for the work that you all are doing. I've actually had some problems with, so I have community groups that want to donate PPE sometimes. I've had 2 separate groups. One of them, they just gave up, and the other one, the Taiwanese sister city folks still want to donate PPE to the city, and it's been hard to get an answer on how to do that. And if indeed we're not accepting it, I'd appreciate getting like an answer, like, hey, are we accepting it? Because we continually buy it, right? So if they want to donate it, can we accept it?
Yes, we can, and we are, and those details have been worked out. I think they got dropped for a week or so in between transitions between our logistics teams, but we just picked those up and resolve those differences and have our logistics team able to accept those donations. So apologies for the delay on our part. We are very welcome. We welcome any donations that folks are able to make, and that we're able to accept the donations from the
Wonderful. That's
Taiwanese
great
group.
news. Thank you. My other question I have is, I know that we're cooperating with the county, and we've given them, I think, $4 million to use on some of their programs. Have they reported back to us on if that money's spent or not, or if and how it was used?
Those agreements were, I believe you're referring to the isolation and quarantine program. Is that correct, Councilmember?
I think so. There were federal dollars that we.
Yeah.
I can't pin the exact thing, but I think it was about $4 million. I read it in a report.
It was 4.
Yeah. So we finalized that agreement. We're actually working out the transfer of funds. We rolled up into a larger county agreement across multiple different appropriations. And so they'll be reporting out on the final numbers to us in the coming weeks. But on a weekly basis, they're in communication with Jackie and the housing team on actual real live data. And so we've actually been housing quite a bit of our folks through that program.
Okay, because I've worked with some nonprofits that could certainly use help, maybe providing some more dollars to help with rent, for example, rent subsidies. And if they haven't spent the dollars, is there a way to quickly know about it so we can reallocate it?
Yes, absolutely. But I believe that given the numbers and at least where they were at the other week, that we will have fully expended those funds by the end of the year. And that was our analysis in this program, because even us granting our CRF money to another entity, that money needs to be expended by the end of the year. So we do believe that that money will be drawn down by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. I'd love to know that report as soon as it comes to you, because I think I have a couple of groups who think that the money isn't being spent, but I'd love to get that report when you have it. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the good questions and all the work to juggle these numbers. This is obviously really important because these numbers matter in terms of how we're able to literally support people who are struggling the most and save lives. And grateful for all the focus here. I had a question about the $500,000 for PP&E and enhanced cleaning. And I understand why we spend money on PP&E, but it seems as though science has come a long way around enhanced cleaning. And I know, Kip, I think we even talked about an article that came out in the Atlantic about how the hygiene theater is a waste of time. It's a lot of resources being spent on something scientifically really, we're just not seeing significant virus transmission on surfaces. So can we get a sense of how much are we really spending on wiping things down that may or may not really need to be wiped?
So I'm happy to start, and then Kip can get into the science. The name of these appropriations, I should say, is what we identified back in April when we accepted the coronavirus relief funding. Kip and team, especially on the kind of what we know of the virus front, we've definitely factored this in. So while it says PP&E and disinfection, 99.9% of this is going to be related to PP&E, given what we actually know of how the virus spreads. And Kip, I know that you guys have done a lot of work on the return to services, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, just that we reading the same articles and took that into account. As you said early on, we really weren't clear on what the role of surface transmission was. Now it's clear that it's not the main vector, though hotspot surfaces like doorknobs and elevator buttons still continue to be important. And when we've had a positive confirmed case in an environment, both for the science and also for the peace of mind, we like to do a good clean down of that area. So we've been trying to avoid unnecessary expensive, and I think we've got this in a much lower level of expense than we had early on. And most of what you're talking about here is going even before we get to PPE to doing improvements in the environment and the social distancing stuff that we know works. And then the cleaning is mostly proactively on hotspots, which still are a significant vector of transmission.
Thanks, Kip. Thanks, Lee. Last question I had really related to FEMA reimbursement. Page 13 of the report, you see that this is based on revisions for estimated costs of FEMA reimbursable. The total match amount over a 2-year period has been revised downward from 7 million to 3.15 million. And only about a third of that's been currently obligated. It looks like 2 million expected to be obligated. Can you explain why we've revised down that FEMA match amount?
Luce, oh, there you are. Yeah, Luce, can you jump in on that? You're probably the best way to answer.
I'm sorry, I had to jump off to start and assign another meeting.
Sorry.
I did not hear the question. My apologies, Scout.
Yeah, Luce, so on page 13 of the report, it talks about significant downward revisions for FEMA reimbursements and that our match requirement for the 2 years we anticipated to be 7 million. It's now a little more than 3 million. And I'm just trying to understand, it's a pretty dramatic change, why our match on FEMA reimbursement dropped by more than half.
It has to do with a couple of things. It has to do one with our food, some of our food contracts that we are, well, we have proposed and submitted them for FEMA reimbursement, given the change FEMA requirements that changed around food and exactly who was getting that food. Some of it may be discounted. So this is a much more conservative approach. What we basically did, we expect to get more, but we would rather give you what we would consider to be the worst case numbers. This is also the same as well as with PP&E, because their original guidance did not put a limit on that. And then back in the summer, back in March, when they originally were funding PP&E, then around, I think it was August, they came out with guidance that they were only going to fund PP&E through September 15th. And so we had to change our numbers around that just to make sure that we provided you with the best information and the most conservative information.
And
Okay.
if I could to add on to that, those narrowings were a result of what we believe are overly narrow interpretations on FEMA's part around
Right.
what are legitimate expenses. So as we have a new administration
Yeah.
and we have new opportunities, we're going to be advocating that the correct interpretation of FEMA regulations and on who we support is more appropriate, and we would like to see those numbers increase. But under the current overly narrow interpretation of who is impacted, we had to pull those back. In any other disaster, we would have expected to see more like the numbers that we originally put forward, which is why we put them forward.
Okay, so in a happier world with a friendlier Treasury Department, we may be ratcheting these numbers back up.
It's actually not Treasury. Yeah, it would be FEMA itself. And so we've already, through the federal advocacy firm, through the transition process, started to raise that. And a majority of the cities that received CRF, or large cities that have fairly large FEMA reimbursement packages, have been communicating that as well through the transition process. But it's technically through FEMA itself.
We'll add one thing, Mayor Liccardo. We submit the expenses. We let them say no to us. We don't say no to ourselves.
Amen. Thank you. Love that spirit. Thank you. Let's get them for all we can. Thank you for that. And just on the last bit of your presentation, Lee, about what we're trying to do at the federal end. I know we'll be having a meeting with several mayors, and Julie Rodriguez Chavez, who's the new Intergovernmental Affairs Director at the White House. So hopefully tomorrow we'll have better direction about what we all can do as elected officials locally to try to align behind a push that the White House might be coordinating. So more to come. Anyway, thank you for all the information. Any other questions? All right, is there a
Second.
motion from Councilmember Camus, second from Councilmember Davis? Let's vote.
Yes,
Aye.
Perales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. Okay, that passes unanimously. I'm looking at the hour now, realizing that we often take a break somewhere between 5 and 6:30. My suggestion is we power through till 5:30 and then take our dinner break, unless anyone has any objection. Okay, we'll see how much we can get done here. Item 3.6, government accountability measures. There's no presentation. I know there's memoranda from several council members.
Mayor, this is Jim Shannon.
Hi, Jim.
We have a supplemental memo from the administration, and I think the city auditor has a supplemental memo. We can go over that if council would like to, or let council start the discussion.
Actually, that would be helpful. I wasn't aware. So if you wouldn't mind, Jim, yeah.
Great, yeah. So again, Jim Shannon, city's budget director. So briefly, the supplemental memo that the administration put together here was in response sort of both to the recommendations in Councilmember Diep's memo to the Rules Committee, and tried to reflect the conversation we had at Rules. And so the supplemental memorandum is more sort of an operationalizing of that discussion and those recommendations, and could be accomplished by the modification of City Council Policy 1-818, good old 1-818, it's serving us well. And so the two sort of main parts there. So one of them was the level of the budget stabilization reserve. The recommendation from Member Diep was to say, hey, maybe that should be 15% of general fund operating expenses. Where I think we would recommend to go is, I think we recommend keeping that still at the 10% level while we support sort of being able to have more of that funding go into the budget stabilization reserve, sort of looking the levels that we would ultimately want to have in the reserve. We still like the 10% level, and we still want to kind of consider, we have sort of three appropriations that we think about for our general purpose reserves. We got our budget stabilization reserve, and we've got our continuity, our contingency reserve, and then we also have our general liability claims reserve. So taken together, those are called sort of our general purpose reserves, and the current council policy has that at 10%. We still feel like that's a good number. I mean, it would be nice to be higher, but just for frame of reference, we're currently totally at 6.88%, and that's a $90 million total. If we wanted to get to all the way to 10%, that would be 129 million. So still pretty, decent buffer kind of given sort of where we're currently at. So we're recommending maybe to keep that still at 10%, but the modifications to the policy would have, as the memo had contemplated, as part of the annual report process where we're reconciling how the last fiscal year ended, the dissemination of any remaining general fund ending fund balance would be allocated first to make sure that we're resolving any technical problems or carrying over funding that needs to be rebudgeted into the current year, making any necessary budgetary true-ups. So once all that work is done, then the policy would then be changed so that 50% of that excess would go to the budget stabilization reserve until you got to that grand total of 10%. And then also could be used after that allocation for unmet deferred infrastructure as it currently is, additional contribution to reserves, and the inclusion of the accelerated pay down of debt, which the rules memo recommended and is consistent with the past council practice of the last few years. And then sort of the second portion of the recommendation is in the change to council policy 1-818 would be thinking about the standing commission to provide additional oversight for general fund revenues. When this first went to rules, it was more of like we red lighted it initially because it seemed pretty broad, but at the conversation at rules, that wasn't the intent of the memorandum. It was really for those larger dollar items, those big ballot measures, to making sure that there's maybe a standing commission. We are recommending as part of council policy 1-818, we maybe recommend the neighborhoods commission, which is already providing an oversight role for a general fund revenue source for our local sales tax, our old Measure B sales tax. So the policy has the neighborhoods commission as sort of the default for any new ballot measures. If council were to choose to designate a specific or a different committee, that's also still in the policy. And also if the council is dedicating revenues, general fund revenues for specific things like we do with Measure E, where all the Measure E dollars that come in are for affordable housing and homelessness prevention, that would be sort of the charter of any review commission. But it's a little bit trickier when you're dealing with general fund revenues that just go into the base budget. And so this might be an opportunity for those folks in the neighborhoods commission who are volunteering their time, they're working really hard to do their best to serve their community and provide levels of oversight, maybe tweaking how they look and what their direction is to look at the general fund a little bit bigger picture might provide some more useful level of oversight for council's consideration in the future. So that's it wasn't sure as I wanted it to be, but that's essentially what our recommendations there we recommend in our supplemental memorandum. And I think the city auditor might want to make a couple of statements.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks,
Joe,
Jim.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we also have a supplemental to address the recommendations to my office and Councilmember Diep's memo. And we have a couple of recommendations. One is to address the question about adding work projects into our work plan on an ongoing basis. So we're recommending that amending City Administrative Policy Manual, the audit review and follow-up procedures to include language at the annual work plan, include performance audits of 3 key departments that are constituent facing to identify cost savings and process efficiencies, and that such audits reoccur at least every 4 years. That would address the recommendation 4A. And the second part, and this would follow the discussion that we had at rules about incorporating potential cost savings or process efficiencies in the scope of work for our current audit related to police staffing expenditures and workload that's currently on our work plan. So that's our other recommendation.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, we'll go to the public now. Mr. Biegman.
Hi. For this item, you're talking about budget practices and numbers and offering good numbers for how we can talk about COVID in the future.
Oh, I think we just lost you, Mr. Biegman. We'll come back.
Can you hear me again? Can you hear me again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh boy, I don't know what happened, but thank you. Like I said, I tried this fall to give accountable information about how to address COVID. I mean, numbers were slowly rising, and I kept trying to report. We have to have safe practices and all this stuff. I unfortunately started to go into a few facts that I may not have been too relevant for how to talk about COVID at this time. I mean, the death numbers are correspondingly going to rise with, with such an incredible increase in COVID cases. And I'm sorry I didn't report that very well. And I'm also very sorry that the numbers that I reported were close to ridiculous, probably. So I'm guessing that, the death numbers are at least 2 to 3 times greater than what they were a few weeks ago and months ago when I first started reporting. So I wanted to apologize for all that, but the basic information of learning to practice safely is important to myself, and I tried to always convey that. So thanks for your patience, all your patience with myself, trying to practice these good practices, and sorry for where I messed up, and thanks for your encouragement where I'm trying to do well. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Mason.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and San Jose City Council. I'm Matt Mason. I'm the labor rep for IFBT Local 21, who represents over 800 employees here in San Jose. Today, I'm speaking in favor of Councilmember Esparza and Arenas' memo on this item and in opposition to Councilmember Diep's memo. While we all recognize the importance of fiscal responsibility in rebuilding the reserves post-pandemic, to make a policy that ties the hands of future council members' ability to determine through the normal legislative process of how to spend surplus money depending on the needs of the city at that time is unwise. It ignores the needs of neighborhood-based services like Beautify SJ, which program needs normally change mid-year, and surplus budget money can go to add future funding to meet the needs of these neighborhoods. The responsibility of the mayor and each council member is to take the needs of the residents that elect them each year and allocate money and resources to attempt to meet those needs. And to require half of all surplus to be earmarked to reserves takes away from that flexibility. Although Councilmember Diep raises an important point, this is not the way to go about addressing it. Please support Councilmember Esparza and Arenas' memo in this matter instead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, good evening. On behalf of Working Partnerships USA, I'd like to support the December 4th memo from Council Members Esparza and Arenas. Certainly, while ensuring good stewardship of revenue and best practices for weathering financial volatility at City Hall is important, being good stewards of our dollars means to think about policy that holds City Hall accountable to the needs of the people of San Jose and not just Wall Street bondholders. While it's important that we remain in control of certain levels of reserves, as others have stated, including staff, in this time, it does seem like we should be not tying the hands of ourselves to a policy where, right now, we have a lot of needs as a city. And certainly in certain times, perhaps it would make sense to be setting aside dollars at greater levels in reserve. But certainly right now, in the midst of COVID, with so much human suffering out on our streets, in our homes, folks, thousands who could end up losing their homes if we don't see the kind of state or federal relief happening. If there are available end-of-year fund reserves, I think there's a lot of things that we could be looking to use that for. Certainly, the city continues to do the right things when it comes to its budget. We're maintaining still the high bond ratings, taking this kind of extreme approach reaching as high as 19% of the general fund across the 3 general purpose reserves seems a bit extreme. So we would encourage you to support the Esparza and Arenas memo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140. Person with that phone 5140, we're not able to hear you right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I'm glad you can hear me. I'm just getting ready for dinner. Perfect timing, you guys. I love the city council meeting. Yeah, if you guys want to get things straight, get the businesses back open and stop listening to French Laundry Boy up in Sacramento and stop listening to those losers on the county. The county people are the fascist dictators of this area, and you guys follow them like a pied-eye piper. You should be ashamed of yourself. People spend tens of thousands of dollars to fix their restaurants, and you guys close them down. You should have fought the county. You should have fought the state, just like they fight the federal government over every little thing. You guys don't do anything. You sit back and go to these restaurants. Not like you go to them, you tax them, and you regulate them. You should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you on city council there. So once you want to get the homeless problem fixed, get people back to work, for God's sake.
About the budget stabilization reserve or the other items on this particular agenda item.
Hey, thanks a lot, Sam. Have a good evening.
Okay, Chris Kobias.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Kobias. I'm talking on behalf of San Jose Firefighters Local 230. Our department has faced unprecedented challenges this past year between COVID-19 and devastating wildfires. There's no doubt in my mind that this will reflect in our budget. These incidences are unforeseen issues and should not be punished by policy that handcuffs where surplus monies go. Sorry. Our chief should not be forced into making budget decisions that would negatively impact normal routine business because of pandemics, wildfires, and other natural disasters. These are way out of our control. So we just want to support Council Member Maya Esparza. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Victor Vasquez.
Good evening, Victor Vasquez. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I'm also calling to urge the council to support the Esparza and Arenas memo today. Right now we need all the flexibility in our budgets to make sure that we are prepared for any disaster. We just heard our firefighters as well speak on the need to make sure that our budgets have that flexibility so we can respond not just to homelessness, but also to everyday needs. We've had floods in the past facing our community. And overall, we know like poor people, Black and brown folks are usually impacted even more directly by emergencies in our nation, in our city. So I urge you to do the right thing. I know that fiscal responsibility is important, but please do the right thing and support the council member Esparza and Arenas memo today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, coming back to the council, Councilmember Esparza. I'm sorry, Councilmember Diep. I'm looking at the order of hands here. Councilmember Diep?
Yeah, I'm here. So thank you to the public and especially the staff presentation. Jim actually got through it really well, so there's not much left for me to say. I do think I want to emphasize my intent here is to not tie the council's hands in any way, really. Again, the idea here being that the mayor would still, do his budget proposal, or a future mayor her budget proposal, and the council would debate it and assess the needs of the city and spend however we usually spend through the budget process. And then in October, November, generally we come back and there is a reassessment and some things don't work out, or some things didn't cost as much as we thought, or there are extra dollars here from the state or whatever. And there is a rebalancing or rebudgeting, or I forget the exact term, but there's a review again. And in that moment, I feel that if there is, and I know that there will not always be, but if there is some surplus dollars, I feel it should be a priority of the council to set aside half of it to restore the budget stabilization fund, because we got through this year, this budget cycle, and I know Dave and the administration went out of our way to protect jobs at City Hall, to not have to deal with layoffs and such, and we depleted some of the budget stabilization fund. Now I know there's still some left, but if we take from the well, we need to be mindful of replenishing the well, and that really is the intent behind that particular aspect. So I'm not trying to at the forefront say, you know, we got to spend less and not address the community needs and whatever they may be. It is really address them as we see fit, and you know, checking all the boxes and spending all the things that we want to spend on. When in the fall, when the budget office comes back, if there's some left over, we should prioritize setting some away. And that is really the intent behind that. I think that's the only point of contention. And really, I don't really even see a point of contention between what I'm proposing and what Councilmember Esparza and Arenas are proposing. If you want to discuss it more in a future cycle, that's fine by me. But I think it's important for the council to weigh that because the needs are great. I think, you know, we got through this year, we still have some, but we're going to have to draw from the budget stabilization fund again next year. And I suspect the year after that. To the point that some of the public speakers made, that we have many needs, that's certainly true. But at a certain point, when we spend and spend and spend down to the bone, we're going to be very vulnerable and dependent on federal or state funding. We've had a luxury of being financially independent this round, precisely because we had a budget stabilization fund. And once we draw that well down completely, I fear it'll not be wonderful times. And so I'm fine with the recommendations of my colleagues, and I'm happy to move my memo, Councilmember Esparza's memo, Councilmember Esparza Arenas' memo, along with staff's supplemental memos from the budget office as well as the office of the auditor.
All right, there's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm hoping I could just ask a question or two, because I'm not sure I understand what the conflict is.
I don't see one, which is why I moved on the memos.
Yeah, no, I understand. My understanding is you're advocating to create a council policy about the budget, which directs staff and their recommendation. But the council could still, in any given, I guess it's October is usually when those balances come back, Jim. The council still has the ability to vote however they want to vote and move the money wherever they want to move it, right? This is just sort of what's the default, right?
Yeah, so I mean, in that regard, I guess we have a number of things like policies that aren't binding. They're not ordinances. It's just kind of the way that we should a standard we hold ourselves to. And if we don't do it, we don't do it. There's no penalty or no like.
Right, but it does direct staff as to what to recommend. And it's up to us. Is that right, Jim?
Correct.
Okay,
I think maybe, Mayor, I'd say, you know, there are times where I think that would be our default too. I think if there was something that the administration knew that needed to be addressed, we wouldn't blindly follow the, you know, I think we would want to make sure the council was informed what we knew. So that would factor into what we bring forward to you.
Right. All bets are off in an emergency.
But I would also say too, just for clarification, so we were able, as part of this annual report process, we were able to, all of the surplus funding went back to the budget stabilization reserve, just to remind council. So it was, the reserve was 32 million back before we did the adopted budget. We drew it down to 21 million. We're able to add back 14 million, thankfully. So now it's at 35 million going into the next, you know, throughout this rest of this fiscal year and into the next budget year.
Yeah, we're going to need every dollar of it. So I'm sure we're going to have a bigger gap. Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. And I thank you, Mayor, too. I had some questions as well. And so first, you know, I appreciate the spirit of my colleague's motion. I genuinely believe that every person on this Zoom dais wants what's best for our residents, and that includes, you know, fiscal health for our city. So I just wanted to put that out front. And so for me, I guess what I wanted to understand was, particularly because we are in crisis. I mean, I was trying to wrap my head around why now, why here in December, particularly as we're about to, we're under more restrictive orders. We're trying to manage all these things, and the suffering and the needs in our communities are growing. I'm trying to understand what the policy would mean and what this would mean for us as we deal with our upcoming budget work. Can you lay out what that means for us, Jim? That's the part or Councilmember Diab, that's what I'm not understanding, like how this will work. Because we do pay existing debt obligations. We actually did that last year with the surplus, which we often do because we have smart conservative policies. We paid off Los Lagos in my district, right? Like we pay down debt. And so that's what I'm trying to understand.
So I can, Councilmember, if you want it.
I mean, so again, I'll just say, why now? I mean, I wrote this memo back, I think in, I want to say
August, I think.
But so it's just taking its time. So there's nothing special about December right now in terms of getting it passed for me, except maybe that I get to vote on my own policy. But the intent again is not to bind the hands of council. Again, go through the normal budget process. We can fund equity, we can fund parks, we can fund roads, all the things that need funding. But again, there is a re-budgeting coming in October, I guess, right? And there will not always be a surplus. We have obligations like paying down debt. I'm not saying that we don't prioritize that. Of course, we always pay down debt. But I guess my thing is, to the extent that there is excess money that was unprogrammed dollars, there's always going to be a need and impulse to spend more money on feeding people, or to spend more money on parks, or to spend more money on the arts, or to spend more money on whatever it is. The needs are immense. And I just am trying to remind council that one thing we should do is put away some of that for a rainy day, because we depended on that fund this year. We're going to depend on it next year. And if we don't replenish, or we don't consciously think about replenishing, and we don't just rely on staff to come back and say, this is staff's recommendation, let's put it away, and the council says, yes, that's a good idea. I just want it in paper as a policy somewhere saying we should actively be focused on replenishing this, and we have a goal of 10, 15%, whatever that is. I mean, to me, the difference between 10, 15% is just holding ourselves to that standard for longer, more years versus less. But again, 10% to accomplish that, because I think, that's fiscal strength. And if we don't have that in a year where we're suffering because of COVID or wildfire or a flood or something else, just a general malaise of a recession, and we don't have that fund to lean on, I think we're much more vulnerable, and we're much more dependent on state and federal funding, which we see can get really caught up in the politics of the state and the federal arena. And that leaves us more vulnerable than I'd like us to be. And I see the federal Fed, lower interest rates to get us out of the Great Recession. And now we're in an area where the interest rates are so low that they can't really lower it anymore. So had they raised them in the interim, they could lower them again to stimulate the economy. And so that's what I'm thinking. That's where I'm coming from. Again, if there is a crisis in October and the council wishes to, or there's some urgent issue to spend on, by all means spend on it. But just making it a priority in a policy somewhere to say, we need to be mindful of actively storing money away, or to use some other council members, storing away the nuts for the winter, something. I forget who said that, but anyways, that was my point. So I'll let Jim shine in on the specifics of it.
Yeah, only just to reiterate what I think you said is that, so Councilor Esparza, this policy would really, these changes would come into play really about 9 months from now, when we're going through the next annual report process, closing out the 2021 fiscal year. So that's when it would really come into play. So to answer your question, so taking action on this today or several months in the future doesn't, won't impact our proposed budgeting process, because these amendments don't really reference our proposed budgeting practice that we are going to go through over the next few months here.
Okay, so and then could you answer my question? I know we've had some discussions, but for the sake of the public, our goal would be 10%, which would take how long to get to?
Wish I knew that answer. So our goal is still 10%. So that's our goal today. If this policy was these recommendations were approved, that goal would still stay the same. So we're at 90 million today. Our budget stabilization reserve, so that 90 million I say is a combination of our contingency reserve, which is our $40 million of sort of the break glass in case of emergency, our $15 million general liability claims reserve, and then our 35 million in the budget stabilization reserve. So right now, if I did the math, I wrote that down earlier, that's about 90 million. The 10% would be 129 million. But again, that's all going to be dependent upon how much we need to spend down that reserve in these next upcoming budget cycles, which we're putting together the preliminary forecast right now, and it's it's going to be a really tough budget year coming up. And then how much the council wants to or not to add to the budget stabilization reserve as part of the proposed budget process. That's been action the council has taken in recent years. And then the extent to which there's any additional funding available as part of our annual report process. So I don't know how long, but I mean, it feels like years. Probably.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, and here's where I'm coming from. I'm a former school board member, and we have a few others. And so the connotations it has for me, these are hotly contested policies in the education arena and have a lot of implications. And we would also deal with federal and state funding, volatile environments. And so what I would just want to make clear is that we are not choosing by this action to, for example, choose to prepay debt obligation over urgent needs of our resident in a once in a lifetime crisis. That's my concern, right? Because we could argue economics all night, but as we learned in the recession, and I guess I'm a sort of Keynesian economics believer, right? When times are tough is when you need to lift people up, right? And then you save in the good years, like we all do. Whenever we get a little, like when you were a kid and you got your money for Christmas or whatever, you'd save it and put it in your bank account, because that's what you do when times are good. And then when times are tough, that's when you pull out of your savings and you pay to fix the car, or you pay your rent when you lose your job and things like that. So that's where I'm at, and that's the reassurance that I need from you, Jim, or from Dave Sykes or whomever. That's the reassurance I need.
Yeah, so the way that the policy currently would be amended is debt pay down is not prioritized over other urgent needs as far as the council policy to distribute fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. And that is really just to be clear for folks, like this policy we're talking about here is how you allocate additional fund balance from the closeout of the previous year. And so the way the policy is written, it would be any of that available fund balance, 50% would go to the budget stabilization, and the rest would be thought for urgent fiscal needs, budget stabilization needs, and pay down of debt and unmet deferred infrastructure, sort of co-equal items. So it wouldn't be prioritized over the other in the policy.
Okay, that's helpful. And so what I would like to say is I appreciate that, because we are in a tough time, and earlier this year we had to make some tough decisions in an environment where we expected to make tougher decisions this fall that we have either postponed or averted, depending on what happens in the next few months. And so I'm all for saving for a rainy day. And I don't want to mislead anyone about that. What I am concerned about is the tough choices that we're going to be making in the next few months at a time when the need is really unprecedented in our city. I grew up in San Jose. I've been here my whole life, and I have never seen a community more in crisis. We were in crisis before COVID, and we have a lot of crisis with COVID. And I think it will continue as we recover from this, whenever that is. And so whether it's housing, whether it's programming for seniors or programming for teens and children or libraries or health, especially public safety, right? It's part of our contract with our citizens. And so I just want to be able to make those decisions in a context where it's clear to us and clear to the community, the choices that we're making. And so I'm not, I really want to thank Councilmember Diab. I think it's pretty clear that we agree with most of his memo. All we're doing is on recommendation 1 is we're just asking for a review and to bring it back so that we as a council can have more context. So I'm not disagreeing that this is important for the fiscal health of our city. I just, I think that we need more review and input and context for that on the choices that we're making. And so I, you know, given that, what I just said, I would like to make a substitute motion, which still includes Councilmember Diep's recommendations. And really on recommendation 1, we're not against it. This memo does not say it's that we don't want it. We're just saying we want some additional review. And I say that because I know we're going to have tough decisions. We just don't know what we don't know at this point. We just had a very lengthy COVID presentation along with another presentation about finances regarding the COVID. And so we know that a lot is going to happen in January, and I would like a little bit more time with the what's going to happen with stimulus and the administration and that to make these choices. I'm not saying we shouldn't save for a rainy day. I'm just saying I want some more time. I would like a review. I would like a little bit more context because we benefited this year from that rainy day. So that's my motion. I would like to move the memo with Councilmember Arenas, which includes all 4 of Councilmember Diep's recommendations, by the way. So that's my motion. Substitute motion. Thank you.
I included your memo in my motion.
Yeah, I'm
So does
actually, I don't
ours-
see how this motion's any different than the motion that Councilmember Diep made. So Councilmember Esparza, can you tell me what the distinction is between the 2 motions? He expressly incorporated your memorandum.
So I guess the reason I did that is because I'm not that clear either. So I am asking for a little bit more time because what our vote would do tonight is make a change to that policy tonight and then have a review later on. What I'm saying is I would like to have the review and then change that policy at that time.
Councilmember Esparza, he expressly included your memorandum. Is there something about your memorandum you'd like to change?
So it's to recommend that staff review the potential amendments so that we do not change policy 1-18 tonight, that we
Yes.
have a review and those potential changes come back. If that is what stands after tonight, then I am comfortable with Councilmember Diep's motion.
Okay, Councilmember Diep, my understanding is you incorporated that memorandum in your motion, right?
Yes, I called it the Esparza memo, and then I corrected myself when I said this Esparza Arenas memo. So I'm not fighting Councilmember Esparza. I mean, I can withdraw my motion if she wants to make
Yeah,
it.
so I think, no,
But
you don't need to
essentially,
withdraw
you're asking for more time, and I'm fine with that. I mean, the only thing I would say to address what Councilmember Esparza is concerned about is if the need is so great and so dire as we fear it might be, I would suspect that there would be no surplus in the October rebalancing.
That's right.
And so there's nothing to save. And so, you know, when you're saying that we save in good times, to use that analogy, whenever there's a surplus, whenever the council, in its discretion, allotted money to programs in the budget cycle, and you know, it met all the needs, and for whatever reason, staff comes back and says, you know, we didn't spend everything we could have spent, I think that the impulse would be, well, spend some more. So I'm saying, let's put away half of that, and that's all. And if there's no surplus because the need is so great and we need to feed people and care for seniors and fix potholes and renew our parks and whatnot, then there technically probably would not be a surplus.
Councilman Diep, you actually don't have the floor. I asked.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mayor,
and you answered it.
so
So
here's
let me just
my
say,
question.
please, everyone, the motion's out of order. The motion was already made that incorporated the Esparza-Arenas memo. If Councilmember Esparza, you would like to make a different motion than what is reflected in your memo, you could do so. But the motion you attempted to make was out of order.
So, Mayor, my question, I asked a question that did not get answered. And that question is, tonight, by adopting this motion, here's my question. So we adopt Councilmember Diep's motion. So by adopting that motion, are we going to review potential amendments to Council Policy 1-18, Section 4, and bring back potential changes as part of our next budget process? That is my question.
Councilmember Esparza, since he explicitly incorporated your memorandum and its recommendations, then my understanding is what I'd be voting on is yes to do exactly that. And if anybody has a different understanding of what Councilmember Diep did, please say so. But he expressly included your memorandum, which has those words in it.
Okay, so that's my clarification. So Jim, is that correct?
Yes, yes. So I think the way I'm interpreting it is that the recommendations that are included in the supplemental memo then, well, I mean, I think, I think, the supplemental memo from the administration operationalized the recommendations of Councilmember Diep's memo. And so I'm just going to look at Nora here. I think, if we want to change the council policy tonight, I think, the motion would be, I think, to accept the administration's recommendations and staff
Jim, I think
supplemental.
you're conflating things here.
Yeah.
Don't believe he wants to change the policy tonight. And I think
Then that's fine.
we're
Then
spending
that's
a
great.
lot of time talking about
As long as
what you don't need to talk about. So
in terms of intent, Mayor, what you just stated is what I am comfortable with.
Okay.
So and so that's why I think we're all kind of, I just wanted to make it clear that we are saying the same thing.
Yes.
So if that's what we're saying, I will be happy to support Councilmember Diep's motion, but I need some clarity.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah. So the answer to your question is yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. And I also agree this is only going to be relevant if we ever have a surplus, and God, I hope to live to see that day. Councilmember Arenas.
Okay, I'm glad it was clear for Councilmember Esparza. It wasn't as clear for myself. The two memos are on the floor right now as part of a motion. But our number two, our item number one, our item number two is addressing Councilmember Diep's item number one. And so I just want a yes or no, which supersedes our item number two or his item number one?
So I understand. May I, Mayor?
I think that's a question for
I'm not sure.
Nora.
Is that a question for Councilmember Diep?
Whoever can answer the question, because I'm also very willing to support the motion. I just don't know that both memos can function at the same time, because our memo's intent was to have that review that Councilmember Esparza was talking about, and Councilmember Diep's does not include that review. It just establishes that change.
Yeah, so paragraph 2 of the memorandum that you co-signed modifies Councilmember Diep's memorandum. And that is my understanding how this operates.
Okay, so then it would supersede Councilmember Diep's item number one.
That's correct.
Okay, so then I think just for me to feel absolutely comfortable, and let me just start with saying thank you so much, Councilmember Diep, for bringing this forward. I also think that we should be as accountable to our residents as well as we can be. So I'm just hoping that you're willing to just, for clarity's sake, drop your number 1 from your memo and then adopt the number 2 from Councilmember Esparza and our memo.
Councilor Arenas, I think you have a problem there in that your paragraph 2 explicitly incorporates recommendation 1 of his memo. When it says in regard to that, it recommends that bring back those potential changes as part of the next budget process. So it's explicitly referring to that item.
Right.
So that
yes,
paragraph modifies the item and it controls, but you don't just eliminate the paragraph that it's referring to, or else this thing is referring to nothing.
Okay, so let me just ask Nora to because I want to make sure what I'm voting on, and I want to be as supportive as I can. So, Nora, is your understanding that if our memo is included, that our memo then would provide direction to Councilmember Diep's memo, and specifically item number 1?
And I'm trying to pull that up right now.
Yeah, I apologize.
I had yours down, but I'm trying to pull up it. I believe that's what would happen based on yours, but I wanted to see his number 1, and I'm having a hard time getting that pulled up.
Sure. So while you pull that up, Nora, I just want to say, I know we just got right into this conversation, but I wanted to just talk with Councilmember Diep about his memo and just thank him for his efforts to make sure that we're as efficient as we can in all of our departments, especially those that are, like you said, we're face forwarding in terms of our community, that interact with our community all the time, to make sure that we're as light as we can be. And I know that is really in parallel with what our community is doing right now in their own homes. And they're trying to be as light as they can be in their own budgets. And I think we're always supposed to really be in line with what our residents are doing at the same time. And that is, right now, a lot of households cannot afford to continue to save, and maybe very minimally, but I'm not sure that 50% or 50% of whatever surplus that they would have. I think right now people are really, I think, I can't remember what council member mentioned it earlier, but I think it was Councilmember Esparza actually, who said, that for certain that there are households who, and I know this myself from our own districts, that they're asking loan sharks, that they're asking maybe family members for loans, and those people who are stable in their lives to lend them enough to pay the rent, because they're just not sure whether our moratorium is going to protect them, and they need to keep that roof over their heads. And so I see that we need to also do the same for ourselves and make sure that we are as light as we can be, and that we can save as much as we can. But because we also have, we've done our part in terms of building up our reserves, that now we have an ability to cover our holes a bit. And not every household in our city has that luxury. And so at this point, people are going to cover their needs in any way that they see possible. And one of the ways, and one of those avenues, has been our city of San Jose. They have relied, and they have been fed or enjoyed some of our recreational activities during the summer with their children, or have had to rely on our distance learning so that they can get back to work because they cannot work from home. And so they look to their local government for that additional support. And so we have to make sure that we have the funding in order to continue to have an economic recovery, or a path at least, to do that for the many households that rely on us to keep things together. And at the very basic, right now we're talking about food and a roof over their heads. And so with that spirit, I really appreciate Councilmember Diep. You have including this government accountability measure. I agree with it. I also think that we need to make sure that the Office of Race and Equity continue to do their part in making sure that they review our policies that have already been in existence for some time, and the new ones that we're going to build together. So Nora, at this point, I'm not sure if you have those two memos up, and if you were able to see a cross-reference between item number 1 on Councilmember Lundiep's memo and item number 2 on the memo that Councilmember Esparza and I developed.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the question. And I found Councilmember Jeff's memo attached to the clerk's memo, so that was helpful. It appears that the memo of council members, your memo along with Councilmember Esparza would supersede section 1 of Councilmember Diep's memo, to the extent that paragraph 1 of his memo is referring to Council Policy 1-18. And it looks like it is. So it looks like it supersedes his provisions.
Okay. And that's all I really wanted to know, because I know that this is part of the request is a review of that item, and so I appreciate the clarification. Lastly, I'm just going to say I'm going to support the motion on the floor, and lastly, just thank Councilmember Diep once again, as well as to our residents that are hanging in there by a thread and looking to us, their city, for that additional support. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Merritt. I just want to thank Councilmember Diep for bringing this forward to us, and I'm glad that we did get to hear it and you get the chance to vote on it before your last meeting. I just did a real back of the envelope calculation. So, and Jim, you can check me on this, but if we're just talking about 10% of our budget, that equals about 1.2 months, right? Just a straight calculation, 1.2 months of the general fund budget, and a 15% budget stabilization would equal 1.8 months. So it sounds like you're using the calculation. I was thinking of it as budget stabilization, but you're thinking of it as the contingency plus the general liability reserve plus the budget stabilization fund, and all of those equal 10% or 15%?
Correct. So the current policy lumps all of those together to get to the 10% level. So
okay. And all of those 10%, $129 million is 1.2 months worth of budget, right? Roughly.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the budget divided by 12, yeah.
Right.
Roughly.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because if you think about, I completely accept and recognize that we are in a time when we're spending down this money, because this is why we save it, right? For these kinds of emergencies. And what we're just trying to do here tonight, the way I see it, is just signaling to future councils what our intent is, and our intent is to replenish this money when we have that capability. And also to pay down debt, which from my perspective, Jim, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't benefit Wall Street or the people who actually buy our debt. It actually benefits us because it provides savings when we pay down our debt. It provides savings for the budget going forward, right? That's why we do it.
Correct. So we realize longer term savings and ongoing savings. Correct. By not paying interest over a longer period of time.
Right. And so when we paid down the Los Lagos debt, it saves us something like $2 million a year. And that's $2 million of revenue that's coming in that doesn't go out to interest. That is $2 million a year that we get to use to help our residents with the services that Councilmember Esparza and Councilmember Arenas were talking about just now. So I see this as two sides of the same coin. And I think, you know, even though we're coming at it in different ways, I think it's really important actually to talk about it now and to be looking at that council policy, operating budget, and capital improvement program policy, because we do want, I think it's signaling right now to the community, we're spending it down. We recognize the need for it. And as Councilmember Depp said, and we also recognize the need to replenish it. As soon as times get good, we want to replenish it, because there's always that temptation to say, you know, there's more things to spend it on. But when it's not an emergency, we should be continuing to be as fiscally pragmatic and prudent as previous councils have been since this policy was originally adopted. So I'm actually in favor of the 15%. Not right. I don't want to be clear. Not right now. I understand that we're probably going to have to use that reserve, but going forward, that we want to have enough, again, to be able to say, we have to pull from it in case something happens and the federal government or the state government isn't there. Because whether you're a Keynesian or not, the city can't borrow money and print money the way that the federal government can. Even the state government can't do that. So it doesn't, from our perspective, that doesn't really affect us in terms of the only thing that affects our ability to spend in down times is whether we have a reserve of cash, right, Jim?
Right.
Okay, thank you. So I will be wholeheartedly and happily supporting the motion that goes forward. And I really do hope that, I understand that the recommendation is to come back to us with more recommendations about changing Council Policy 118, but I do hope that those recommendations incorporate Councilmember Depp's item 1 from his recommendation, and that we give serious thought to, you know, maybe we don't start with 15%, maybe we stay with 10% until we get there, and then we have a ratchet up is one way to think about it. It is what we're talking about in Caltrain. We started with 10%, and we're talking about, now that we have a dedicated funding source, how are we going to increase that amount over time? Because 10% is really a bare minimum, as opposed to something that helps us over the long run in times when revenue is very, very volatile. So that's another idea just to put out there, and I'm not going to ask for an amendment or anything like that. So thank you again, Councilmember Depp, and I'm really grateful for this discussion tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. And just one potential clarification on what Councilmember Davis just said. Jim, we actually do have the ability to borrow, correct? Or even if it's sort of borrow internally from one fund to the next, potentially, which I know that we've done that from time to time. We even have that recommendation coming forward shortly. Is that correct?
We do have the ability to borrow. We have the ability to borrow in between funds. Although guiding council policy, we don't borrow to pay for ongoing costs is generally, and we do have interfund loan borrowing policies whereby that the receiving fund of the loan needs to have a repayment schedule, and that fund the loan needs to be immediately callable. So there's definitely restrictions on councils placed on the city to think about loaning.
Okay, thank you. And certainly not, I think not of interest to want to borrow as a first option or even as a subsequent option. I think we all agree we would prefer to have adequate funding, and certainly I think we'd all like to have a surplus to be able to determine how much we could actually squirrel away. And I am grateful for the money that we have saved over the years, and give some credit to our mayor where it's due, certainly in regards to ensuring that we had some reserves and we were able to tap into that this year. As we know, in times of need, that's certainly where these funds come into play. But I think at the same time, as we know right now, what we're discussing, and as we are, one of the thinly staffed and certainly most fiscally constrained big cities in the country, it is a difficult discussion, and I think it requires some thought in regards to how much we may want to put in a policy that we should be saving versus how much we think we just need in an ongoing basis to actually do the day-to-day work, whether in a crisis or not. And I'm glad we got through the confusion on the motions. I think I was clear, at least myself personally, from the beginning in regards to what was happening to Councilmember Diep's memo. But Jim, you did confuse me just slightly, and I just wanted to confirm what is happening with your supplemental that you had put out, the latest one, which was
the mayor correctly pointed out that nothing's happening to us. So there was no motion to adopt a resolution to change city council policy. So
Okay.
I think we will probably be coming back, later on with this direction that is on the floor now, to come back with future recommendations to modify the council policies as has been kind of discussed tonight.
Great. Okay. So your supplemental November 19th memo is out the window. That's not on the
I hope
table.
you enjoyed reading it. Yeah.
All right. And yeah, okay, great. Then I will be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. And to clarify, we will likely be seeing that again sometime in the spring. Is that right, Jim? That memo?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay.
So typically we've done policies through MBA, so that's what the likely venue.
Okay, so it'll be reincorporating some MBA for us to consider. Okay, Councilor Diep, thank you for your leadership and your work in putting this together. You have the final word because
Yes,
you have the
so
last blue hand up.
Very, very quickly, I'm always, I think over the course of the council time here, I've always incorporated new language for the council. I think I'm the first one to get council members to yield and things like that. I'll just interject one more thing on the way out. What Councilmember, in my opinion, what Councilmember Arenas and Esparza did to my memo was make a codicil to it. So we can, in the future, talk about codicils and memos amending other memos, the second one following being a codicil. So I'll just throw that out there for your usage if you care to.
We can add it to Uptown, Councilmember Diep.
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
All right.
Thank you for bringing back painful memories of law school. Councilor Diep. All right, so we got a motion. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
So I was optimistic believing we could get that last item done by 6:30. Apparently we didn't, or 5:30. Apparently we did not. So we'll take a break until 7 and we'll resume. Thank you all.